have to do that for a second. There we go. It won't let me start a recording unless my camera's not on.
That's so weird.
I know.
Weird.
Where's this? Why do you see? There it is. Might as well just do it in here. All right, now I have to. Who the hell is that?
Shit on me. I was like.
All right, now I'll do this. And Bob announced. There. It's done.
You're better than my bot, so.
If I was bested by a bot, I quit streaming.
You beat my bot by like 10 minutes.
10 minutes, yeah. Let's see.
Garage. Jish?
Huh? What have I done?
Why am I split across like 3 frames?
Oh! Thank you.
You need to like recenter us because
No, it was the wrong
shifted.
one. That was the wrong one. I was on the one that had Rachel on it still.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
When are we getting new campaign trivia?
That's something I should work on between now and next session. Full disclosure, I've had like 0 creative inspiration hitting me for the session as of late, or the last 2 weeks. Like, I'm just gonna run with whatever happens because I could not summon it.
Welcome
It's been.
to this side
I'm
of the
officially here.
DMs. Welcome.
Also, tonight's gonna be a lot of RP.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Also, Josh, please center my frame.
I know
I've
you
been
know
correcting
TJ
for this
last
every
time.
time we play D&D. So like during the session, I'll remember. Oh yeah, and then you'll just see me randomly shifting across as I move my camera.
I did that.
I think I did that before because of the way your camera was shifted. So I'll
Yeah.
center.
Well, the thing is, like, I can always manually shift it. Yeah, I put it on
Okay.
this so you can easily see the center.
Nice.
I
Give
can
me
line
one
up my
second.
avatar.
It's gonna look weird for a second, chat. We're gonna do that. Okay. Whee! All right, should be good now.
You're. Oh, okay, you got it.
Yep. There you go.
No.
All right.
There we go. Yay, I'm actually centered.
Identity. Hi. Thank you so much for the 200 resub for a year. Oh my god.
Oh my
My
god.
favorite thing about Twitch is when you're on a channel and then you get the notification from Twitch saying, "Hey, this person's live."
I know.
Yeah,
I'm like,
right.
I know. I'm on their channel.
I'm here.
Oh, wow, maybe I should
Erica-
click this link.
Maybe I should go.
The hell? Go, come on.
Wait, what?
What?
Error.
He's
Caster
broken.
Google Not found follower believers. Found not found seats.
All right. Well,
Are you not following Nick?
I'm
He's a
following.
mod. I feel like if you're a mod, you have to be following them.
Yeah.
I'm definitely
Not
following.
necessarily.
Someone
I
else
can
type it.
unfollow.
Master me is not found.
Someone else type it.
Yes.
What am I typing?
Followage.
Exclamation mark followage. I'm confused. Zor BB, how's it going?
Foliage. Foliage.
Wait, did I spell
You
it
said
wrong too? Oh,
No,
no, I
you
didn't.
did it right. Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
I'll have to
I've
check
got
into that afterwards. Thank
Oof.
you for finding that. Followage.
Alright, I'm not.
Oh, okay, so
you
it's
can't
chatbot.
count me out.
Oh.
Yeah,
Or
is
go
it-
come on.
Oh no, because the love
Wait,
thing.
no.
The love word.
Oh.
It's
Weird.
It's saying I'm not found.
Low average.
Caster me is not found.
You're
Because the
not
code is
found, Tommy.
PHP. Hey,
You're
I
gone.
work in PHP. I know it's shit, but it has its place. Oh, PHP gets such a bad rap,
Where
and I
is this
understand
music coming
why.
from? Is this from our
Yeah, it should be quiet though. Overall, is it too loud?
the Dream
I
of
forgot I
Fights? Was
had
that it?
moving.
Yeah, Dream of Flight. Yeah,
Okay,
Music?
Oh,
it was that.
PHP is ugh. It's also used in so many different things. So
It was the Dream of Fight. I was just really confused. I'm like,
Where
I
was
didn't
coming
feel
from.
like that was. Oh, that's your starting campaign
Yeah, it's-
music. That's
exactly.
Fine. I'm like, this is
yeah,
not
I forget
what
you
we
guys don't
want to
normally
play.
hear it. So for me, it's like super normal. Tina,
Yeah.
Tina. Oh my god. I'll have to see afterwards. I think it's probably a. Yeah, it's probably some sort of PHP error. But either way, you know what? We're already late, so we gonna get into it. Which means we'll pause that. Close that. Hey.
It's perfect.
Hell yeah.
Well,
That's awesome.
you've done it. You have done it.
Perfect.
It is pretty perfect. No, never. Thank you, Zor. Thank you. All right. So, unless anybody has any questions, let's go ahead and get started.
Get it.
Where's my? Oh no, never. No, thank you, Zor. I appreciate it. Okay, so for some reason I hit the Discord mute button to start talking with everyone.
I was like so confused.
Doing good, y'all. Doing good.
It's like, oh, we don't get the recap. They do. We don't.
Yeah. Okay. When last we left off, the currently unnamed, yet somewhat leaning towards a name for the group, Mavis and Joran spent some time in one of the local libraries trying to comb over some papers for Project Artificer. Learning of an ability that seems like an artificer should be able to do, they decided to go to the outer walls of Credina to test it out a little bit further. Mavis checked for some books on some deities, but it looked like the library that they were at wasn't particularly one for that purpose. So they made their way outside. Meanwhile, Zeos, after leaving the tattoo shop with Perrin Rothra, scheduling a tattoo appointment for the morning, he ran into Kilian Galliman, one of the members of the royal family that you guys have met before, who made it a point to note that he never forgets a name and immediately remembered Zeos. After learning of some of the party's exploits and saying that they've started to gain a little bit of reputation from their saving of the small town of Teu to the vanishing of the dark portal in Kalcheth to Mavis taking first place at the inventory, they're starting to make a name for themselves. And after learning that the group was planning on visiting Nidon next, Kilian seemed like he wanted to speak with the group first. He gave Zeos a note to hand to the guards for the Galliman estate to come by for breakfast, which turned into lunch the next morning. Meanwhile, back in the sanctuary, Garr, with the assistance of one of the local librarians known as Gerard, not Butler, found a simple leather-bound book with no title on it. It was very strange. It appeared to give a brief overview of several different deities, but it also gave a relation from deities to prime elementals, describing that the prime elementals were almost like agents for the deities. Powerful ones, yes, and nearly on par from what it seemed in terms of their power. Where Aquarius was an agent of Melora, Kindra was an agent of an unnamed sun god that I will get to you. Roke was an agent of Moradin, and Rua was an agent of Yuliang. But then, upon further inspection towards the back of the book, Garr found that there appeared to be a page missing with a barely legible engraved, almost like somebody that had been pressing on a page above it, the symbol of a four-spoked cog. Upon further investigation, it seemed like the page vanished. Was not torn out or removed by physical means, but was simply no more. Decided to share that with the group a little bit later. Meanwhile, immediately after that, Garr contacted Giovanni Hilder back in Sunset Valley and asked him if Melora had any enemies. Giovanni wasn't able to give much information on the specifics, but he did give him a name of a known enemy of Melora, known as Ilentos. One that Garr hadn't heard before and hadn't run across in his research here, but now knows about at the very least. Meanwhile, May went out to the local Ilmatari Templars within the sanctuary in Credina and very quickly assessed that they were not up to standards. It was very obvious that the Ilmatari within Trigate were military trained, and it showed. You chose to spend some time in particular with a young woman named Lily, attempting to progress her skill with the bow. Very keen and aware, tried to help her recognize her breathing, pay attention to the moment, and helped her realize that she had it in her. She just needed to be sure of it. Immediately afterwards, Lily thanked May in a language that was very familiar to her, which caused May to realize where she was originally from, being the Yuzhigao Empire. After helping surviving about a minute of an onslaught of some of these Templars, very easily blocking all of their attempted attacks to hit her, she gave a very encouraging speech to the group to remember who they are, to know their enemy, leaning on some words from her mother that were lent to her in that same time of need. Meanwhile, Garr spoke with Evelyn about May, asking if she saw anything, because Garr seemed to notice that it seemed like she did. Evelyn was very dodging of the question, but essentially seeing that the party had an almost familial bond, urged Garr to lean into that all of them would need each other, that nobody was meant to go it alone. Meanwhile, Mavis and Joran outside the city walls of Credina experimented with an artificer ability that should be able to summon a set of tools. After realizing that certain runes that were a part of the depictions that Joran found did not appear in what Mavis used, Mavis corrected the runes essentially by using what he was used to in the visions that he'd received, or rather dreams that he saw when he was younger, and successfully learned how to create tools from magic. Took about an hour, but much to both he and Joran's surprise, it did work. He tried one of a little bit of higher power, but felt a mental drain as he just wasn't quite there yet. May, back in the sanctuary, spent some time speaking with Evelyn, which was a little bit just tense and slow at first, as Evelyn finally asked the question, "How is Olma?" Where May was able to learn that Olma and Evelyn split on differences of belief, particularly when it came to love. Evelyn implored that it was not allowed and distracted from responsibilities within the sanctuary, whereas Olma was much more of the mind that it's what allows a person to express it to others, to be able to live in that love, to know it, to express to others. And a point of contention that she fell in love with a soldier from Trigate, from the Third Bulwark, and moved there. And it was something that May had not ever heard the story of. Ultimately, there was a little bit of tension between May and Evelyn, as she couldn't reconcile it either. But it left with Evelyn making her way out and the party getting some biddles with Joran. Meanwhile, talking about specifically Garr bringing up that the group needs a name. They've been here for a while now, and he had begun thinking of one, given the fact that the old crew that he ran with, you're going to have to remember me? Help me remember what the name was of your old crew. But after some discussion, loosely, the party kind of agreed to call themselves the Lightwalkers, and said that they'd let that title ruminate for a bit and see what they thought about it. Afterwards, everybody brought Joran outside to the training area where May was, and basically accepted him into the group officially, trusted him with some information, which was very evident that he was honored to be a part of. He felt very, fought back tears a couple points as he embraced the group's acceptance of him. As he made his way back inside, however, all hell broke loose, as a moment of truth came along where May decided to finally trust the group with the deepest secret she carries with her. As she shared the truth of a symbol that she carries on her hip, Garr decided that he wanted to attempt to speak to it, this being. After casting Speak with Dead and also Protection from Evil and Good on himself, he reached out, and immediately upon making contact with the symbol on her hip, was locked in a dark, vast expanse of his mind. Or maybe not his mind, somewhere in between. It wasn't quite clear. As 2 inches of water sat on the ground beneath you, about 60 feet out, you could see dark, swirling fog that continuously attempted to push in as a figure emerged from the water and continually taunted you, almost attempting to take control of you. Tendrils of darkness lashed out, attempting to grab hold of you, and successfully doing so, but you managed to fight them off. Meanwhile, the rest of you outside, utilizing Mavis's battle bot, Zeus's intense frost, and May's... Did you cast anything in particular, or was it...
I guess a command.
Command, that's right, yes. And attempted to get Garr to let go, to back away. Meanwhile, during this process, looking down it could be seen continually that the symbol on May's hip, portions of it began disappearing as they slowly crawled their way up Gar's hand. Ultimately, after about close to half of it was making its way up his hand, contact was broken. Garr was removed, although along the way continually trying to find the name of this being, almost goading it into telling him its name. Ultimately, the being saying, maybe next time. As the aftermath settled, with everybody catching their breaths, May stowed many emotions and displayed many. It's not even the right word to say it. She walked off with pure resolve. Resolve not in so much as confidence, but getting away from the group for the time being, taking this as perhaps as a sign, perhaps as something else, as she walked off towards Fengay and rode him outside the city walls of Credina, leaving the rest of you, the three of you, outside in this courtyard under the stars above in the middle of the night. And that is where we'll pick up. Let's see. Where is these?
Real quick, Josh.
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
you can remember this because Nick and I were trying. Did Garr ever show Mavis the Forspoken? He didn't. Oh, okay.
It's
You
just
mentioned
me.
it.
Okay.
You did. You
I
sending.
mentioned it in the message.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
That's
sending
right,
to
that's
contact Mavis, but you didn't get the chance to. No, wait. You did show him, didn't you?
right.
No,
I don't
because
remember.
we all went out to do that stuff first.
I
He
asked.
showed May.
Yeah.
and
Yes,
then
he did
told
show May.
Mavis.
Okay.
Zeus has no idea about it.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
Okay.
That's
Sorry, I
right.
just wanted to
No,
remember
that's
for
good.
sure.
Okay, so let's see. Where is it? It's down here.
Have you checked your butt?
God dang it. So, start with the three of you. Garr, Zeus, and Mavis. As May walks off into the sanctuary, Joran is somewhere else inside after beds had been prepared for all of you. I think he made his way off to bed, actually, for the night and said he'd meet up with all of you in the morning. The three of you are left outside, still catching your breath. Mavis, your battle bot shrinks to its normal size next to you as you put it back on your back. Zeus, you can still see a wave of frost and icicles slowly melting in the latter parts of a semi-warm summer night, just blasted through a metallic fence immediately opposite you. And Garr, you can still feel this sort of coldness within you. Not from, I mean, you feel it on your hand as well, where Zeus tried to separate and blast this thing away, but a different type of coldness, an internal cold from an interaction with a being of darkness that you know nothing about. As all of you stand in the silence, some crickets chirping occasionally.
I'm gonna start walking away.
Okay. You
I just looked to him and at the frost.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I think Zeus is just gonna go for a walk right now.
okay.
Not
Zeus.
in the sanctuary, just like out back onto the main street, probably back
Oh.
on the way that they came.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Okay. You begin.
Just away from all that.
Okay. Gotcha. You make your way.
Unless one of you is stopping me.
I was curious.
Processing everything. So no.
Okay. Zeus, you make your way in through the sanctuary. Make me a perception check. Actually, May as well.
First roll of the night.
Okay.
A
Good as shit.
Zeus,
both
you're
above 10. So,
Zeus, you're still very heavily processing, as everyone is, but everything going on, and you kind of just make your way through the sanctuary very quickly outside into the cobblestone streets of Credina. May, you take a couple seconds as you walk out a little bit before everyone else and just glance around, and you see the occasional lingering stare. You're not sure if people know the specifics of what happened, but that something happened seems to be pretty evident. You take that for what you will, but you make your way pretty quickly outside towards Fengay. Mavis and Garr, with the two of you guys sitting on the grassy, dirty ground of this training ground, you can see shields and dulled blades leaned up against one of the stone walls, target dummies with some arrows embedded into them, and then a very out of place just burst of frost on the metallic fence behind you.
I don't know if it's... Sorry, go ahead.
What happened while I was in there?
So when you touched it, you kind of went blank in the face, and we all got concerned. We tried to pull you away, and we couldn't. And it seemed as though whatever that was on her hip was starting to make its way onto you.
It was trying.
What happened in there?
It transported my vision, my being, into some realm of darkness. And tried conversating with it and asking it questions. It seemed though my speak with dead spell had no effect. And it tried to possess me. But I fought it off.
Huh. Oh, good job.
But
So we gotta figure out how to get that thing off of her.
it's very powerful. And if we can't figure it out, there's only one other outcome, I'm afraid.
I feel ill-prepared for these types of things, to be frank.
I prefer you as Mavis, but
That was good. That was good.
I'm not prepared for this either. I was just taking a stab in the dark.
Let's not stab in that direction again for a little while, maybe.
We might not get the chance to, even if we wanted to. Where did she run off to?
I don't know. I didn't really know what to say.
Well, pull out the book, and I just flip to the last thing where the image is. This is all I found. I hand it to him.
Maybe just make me an investigation check.
All right.
Okay. You can pretty quickly assess the contents of... Well, contents is a loose term, as it's a blank page towards the back end of this book. Probably just meant to be a supplemental page in case somebody needed to add notes. But you see the distinct engraving, after looking at it at just the right angle, of a four-spoked cog, as though somebody were writing on a page above it, and the engraving never left the page below it.
Does it look about the same size as the one that I have? Or
It looks a little more scaled down.
Okay.
Yeah, the dimensions are right. The size isn't.
Okay. I can't remember. I think I have it on me.
You do.
I do.
In your bag, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
So this is the... Like, this was just on the shelf? In there?
Yes, it's a rough description of different deities in there. And, well, that's
Different
was in the back.
deities.
I'm just gonna pull the four-spoke cog out.
Okay. Sure.
And just kind of, I'm like horribly like putting it next to it, like seeing does anything happen?
Okay.
Closer, further, closer, touch it.
You line it up just right with the exact, as much as you can, center of this engraving underneath, and I mean, it looks correct.
Okay.
Nothing.
No reaction, though.
No reaction though.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the book has to stay here.
I close it.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you for showing me.
I hand it back to him.
Just
Okay.
I'm just kind of like looking into the distance, just still processing what I was going through inside.
Do you, still hear like an evil voice or something in your head? Or do I need to... tie
I
you
just
down
stop
too?
and
Or-
listen real hard for a second. Is there any lingering anything besides the cold feeling?
Make me. I guess this would be somewhat of an insight check, trying to see if there's anything else there.
Is it advantage since I know my own body?
In the current moment, it's not.
It's fine.
Okay. So, 14. You take a second to just kind of visualize in your mind's eye that space that you were just in. You're not entirely sure if it was your mind or just before or somewhere in between. It doesn't make sense to you. It's not somewhere you've seen before. It was definitely isolated, whatever it was. But in this moment, listening for any voices, feeling for any cold, you feel the warmth slowly returning to your body as though it's a lingering effect of just interfacing with this thing, but not as though something's still around.
No, I feel fine. Just
Okay, good.
perplexed.
Me too. I don't think she'd leave, right? Going for a walk, maybe.
It took a lot for me to disclose that information about herself with us. I've known for a while now. And
You knew that it was. You knew what it was, or just that she had a
no,
mark?
I had theories of what it was. I knew that it wasn't a curse. And I knew that it was undead, whatever it was. But other than that, I'm clueless. But
Anything else that we should know about that might be detrimental to the party?
it's powerful. And if it truly takes a hold of her, we're in danger.
I need to make a May box.
Maybox.
Something to trap her in case she loses it.
Yeah. She's quite strong.
I need to make it stronger then.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
I agree. Well, I'm gonna try to get rid of this.
I'm pointing at the frost there.
Which you
I
can
just kind of start a pilot light on my glove.
Okay.
Just gonna melt it so there's not too much evidence of anything happening here tonight.
Perfect. Okay, so you take a
I'll
little
be
bit.
essentially casting firebolts on it.
Yeah.
Until I can melt it.
Yeah. Make me just a single attack roll for this. It's not actually you casting a full-on firebolt, but
Okay.
okay.
Oh. Not bad.
Over the course of the next 10 to 15
What's the
minutes.
+0? Sorry.
It's a good question. I'm not. Oh, damn! A natural 19. Holy shit! All right. You over the next like 10 to 15 minutes. It doesn't take you very long. You manage to melt the remainder of the icicles and frost that have built up on this steel fence. It looks pretty much good as new, minus the fact that it looks like it rained in a very particular area of the ground.
Gotcha.
But you said you were heading inside after that, or?
Yeah, to do what I had told you before.
Okay.
And then I'll be making my way to the room.
Okay. Roger that. Garr, anything you're doing in particular?
Yeah, I'm heading back to the library.
Okay. Where you found Gerard? Okay. You make your way back inside the sanctuary, seeing the massive statue of Ilmater off to your left as you walk in. You walk a little bit further and off to your right, back into through a couple small hallways, or short hallways rather, towards the back, where you see Gerard, this human. I think I said he had like blondish hair, I want to say. Currently leaning in a seat up against a wall with his head like ducked down, very clearly nodded off.
What time of night is it currently?
You figure that with everything that went on after eating dinner and everything, you're probably approaching close to midnight. maybe 10 or 11.
I still have spell slots available to me, so I'm going to cast Sending. And
Okay.
seeing that it's so late, I'm not going to contact Giovanni. I'm going to contact Nessa.
Oh shit. Okay.
Go get Biddy, TJ.
Yeah, but it's gonna be like, I don't fucking know. What's
Yeah.
going on.
You're just gonna audibly hear a middle finger from Nessa in your mind.
I like butts.
Butts.
That's it.
Yep. No, you got all right. You don't even need anything else.
Okay, but you
No,
contact
I'm going to
Nessa.
contact her before I startle Gerald. Gerard?
Gerard. Yeah.
Gerard
You're about to
away.
say Jared. You need to contact Genmir now.
Yeah, right.
Nessa, I know that you are and were more studious than I need information about powerful beings possessing people.
I don't know if I
And
have her
how to get rid. That's it.
Okay. I do have her stat block.
Also
Okay.
bump her up like 5 levels.
Yeah, right.
Or not.
Okay. No, this is good. Sure. So you asked about powerful beings possessing people, right?
Right. She rolled a nat one.
Um.
Or, well, you rolled a nat one, rather.
You hear her response in your mind. I'm pretty sure I fell asleep in those classes. I can try to find information for you. It's good to hear from you.
Oh, I guess I haven't talked to her in ages. This is awkward.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I'm gonna use another spell slot. And
Okay.
Just cast these. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's my last 3rd level.
Okay.
Yeah, who's the mailman now? Okay, fair enough. Sorry, that was rude of me. It's good to hear from you as well. But please speak with your father about this. I don't know where I'm at.
Yeah.
I lost count.
Okay. It was definitely under 25. That's okay. Maybe someday we'll see each other again. I'll try my best, but our information is limited. And you would hear a very short delay before also using the last few words. How do I contact you?
I didn't want to have to respond to her. Okay. Last
Her
spell
dad.
slot for this. Oh wait. I know I don't have any 3rd level. I'm trying to upcast at 4th level. Okay. That should increase the amount of words, damn it.
Right.
Amen. Amen.
Hey, I'm okay with making that
that.
canon.
Plus 5 words per level.
Yeah.
Oh god. At least give me 10. What am I saying? How does she respond? I don't know anybody that was in that town that had the ability to do so, right? So
Make me a history check.
nope,
Yeah,
I knew no
you
one.
don't remember anybody. You're pretty sure it was an entire town of commoners.
I'm sure Bellman could have. But I'll contact you in a day or two. to say. Please give my regards to your father, Bellman, Mara, and her family. Stay safe, friend. I sound like a leopard, but I'm...
Yeah. Either way.
Donuts.
A few seconds pass before you hear in your mind. Okay, I'll be waiting. I miss all of you. It was good to hear from you again. Please stay safe.
Oh yeah, I was...
Okay. I'm gonna have to make a note.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Those creative juices flowing.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. My cherry agrees.
Okay, so... Oh, this is gonna be good. Hold on. Okay, so, May. Well, unless, is there anything else you're doing after that, Garr?
Yes, I
Okay.
was gonna talk to. I don't even have to wait too hard. I can put the book back where we picked it up from, but I was gonna look to see if they had any information about possession.
Make me an investigation check.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Okay. Okay.
Cool.
Sure.
Otherwise, it never gets used.
Yeah, fair. Over the course of about 20 to 30 minutes, you scan through several different books. A lot of them seem to be indicative of just Ilmatari expansion, ways of following Ilmater, kind of relations to other deities, but a more broad overview, nothing as in-depth as what you were seeing earlier. And eventually you run across a book when it comes to dealing with essentially almost like the equivalent of Defense Against the Dark Arts type of thing. So you open the book and searching through, you see, you keep scanning through until you find a section specifically dealing with undead. Ghosts in particular being the most common form of possession. It seems like... Okay, let me see. What you learn from a 10 investigation, is that it almost is a battle of wills. A person's resolve, not only in the fight, but in who they are, seems to lend towards their ability to resist a form of possession. Something that does catch your attention, though, and perhaps it's just because it's ghosts, is that the possession lasts... I need to confirm this before I say this.
How long can it go possess someone? D&D
Yeah.
5e.
Doing a quick little Google search. No, not really, though. Okay, so a distinct difference that you see when it comes to possession is that if there is an active possession, the host is under the control of that that is possessing them. You make note of that.
I'll transcribe what I find on it.
Okay.
Like, I'll look around for parchment and pen. I'm sure there's some in the study, but
Oh yeah, I'd say you'd have some on you as well.
transcribe it,
Okay,
and then put it back.
sure.
And head
You
off
hear
to bed.
as like Gerard just like slowly rolls over in his chair, leaning like Suddenly
I
a
smite
cloth
him.
appears. He just uses it as a pillow. Sort of leans up against like a stone windowsill as he's just resting for the evening. But you make your way back outside. It seems like the sanctuary has dialed down for the evening. The front doors are closed. They're not locked. But the massive 20, 30 foot high solid wooden doors to the sanctuary are currently closed.
I'll just make my way to bed.
Okay. All right. Zeos, you are where you're currently at. Is there anything specific you're doing? Unless this is all that you want to mention for that right now. Roll me a D100.
Okay.
98.
I swear to God. If it is. Okay. Okay.
God.
Good to know. Let's see.
Say it's a 98. It's gonna be a.
If it was a 98, I would have given you the world. The first time it happens being
Zeus
there.
ascends to a third, like some 10th dimension.
Yeah, right.
He's now as God. Step aside, Josh. I'm DMing now.
Actually, no. That's interesting. That's the wrong one. Let's go to. Yeah, we'll just do this one. May. Following the events of everything that just transpired, you turn away from the 3 other members in your group, and quickly make your way through the sanctuary. You notice a few onlooking eyes, but you walk with purpose. You make your way outside the sanctuary, where you make your way through the cobblestone streets of Credina, passing by the Gaelic architecture of the buildings. Very homey, very personal. Seems like they've been here a while. Passing by a couple of guards that just give you a nod on your way out through the gate. You mount up Fengay and disconnect him from the carriage on your way, as you feel that familiar bond with somebody that's been close with you, or at least was close with you for a significant portion of your life and has now returned. You immediately...
Oh, did I take the carriage with me?
If
that
you
what you're
didn't want to...
No,
No, I was saying you
wanted to,
disconnected.
like, unhook. Okay,
Yeah.
before I left, like, the sanctuary, because I thought
Yes.
Fengay was at the sanctuary. Okay, just check.
Oh, no, you're right.
like-
That is where he was. Yes,
Okay,
so you would have done
I
that
was like,
first.
I was like, I didn't want to take this whole carriage to the whole fucking
No.
city.
And then unhook it at the front gate. No.
Yeah. Okay, just checking. Sorry.
Yeah. So you do that first and mount up Fengay, as you can hear the clopping of hooves through the cobblestone streets that quickly transitions to essentially prancing on grass and dirt outside of Credina. You pass through the gates over a small moat out into the Freelands once again, passing by small copses of trees and riding over hills as you feel the wind brushing past your face in this sort of cold staleness. How long are you riding for? What are you riding to?
Good question.
Or if not to, what are you doing during?
I'd probably ride for about 20 minutes, as fast as Fengay can,
Okay.
until I just, I guess, see a tree I like. Just a random one.
Make
And,
me a perception check on that.
Okay.
Okay. Continue.
And then when I get nearby enough before Fengay's really stopped, I'm just gonna slide off.
Okay. Making your way through the Freelands in the latter bits of warmth of summer beginning to fade as there's a slight chill in the air. Not like winter or autumn has fully arrived, but it's on its way. You look up occasionally as you ride just for a quick glance, and you can see the light of if I'm not mistaken, it's just after a new moon, making its way down, the light of the stars above you. You eventually spot a tree, an oak tree, which I'm not sure what kind of connotation would have with you at this point, but it reminds you of a very specific tree. in terms of its overall size, structure, I guess, just the way that it looks, there's a tree from back home that it reminds you of. You don't know why, but you decide to stop at this tree, a sort of lone tree out in the Freelands. Not all that distant from other small gatherings, but it definitely stands on its own here. As you approach it 100 feet out, you slide off of Fengay as he slows to a stop and just a gentle walk with you. He matches pace with you, kind of keeping his snout close to you and bumps you every once in a while, just in this sort of, hey.
I'd be ignoring him.
Kind of figured. After a few times of that, he sneezes and just stands within a few feet of you as you sit down and kind of lean up with your back against...
I'm not sitting.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
As you make your way to this tree, then, it's in front of you currently.
Within 10 feet of it, I am taking my shield and I am tossing it to the floor and I am taking out my flail and I'm going to beat the ever-loving crap out of this tree.
Okay. Oh, okay. Make me an attack roll and an athletics check. That's awesome, but with advantage, just for the sake of it, for both of these.
Oh yeah!
Okay.
I'm gonna break the tree off.
Yeah.
But not with a lot of strength.
Okay. Okay. In the midst of crickets in the night, which are drowned out by the sound of a spiked flail slamming into the side of a tree, you rip it out as you hear the bark tear away and slam against it from the other side. Fengay stands a good 15 feet off from you as he just observes the whole situation. Your shield sitting on the floor or the ground, maybe a few feet from him. For the next 15 minutes, you barrage this tree until you feel yourself out of breath and you take another swing anyway with like last bit of strength remaining. You feel like you have nothing left and you take another haphazard swing anyway as you feel the need to rest. The last swing kind of just the spikes scraping against the bark as it rolls down the tree instead of making any true contact. You find yourself winded and just staring at, honestly, a kind of completely demolished midsection of this tree. You can hear the as the tree sways and the little bits of wind. Make me a perception check.
Okay.
And then go ahead with what you were doing there. Okay. But go ahead first.
Just seeing as I'm tired, after just 15 minutes, I am going to also chuck my flail.
Okay.
And I'm just going to look up and I'm just going to shout, I did everything that was asked of me.
You hear as the flail embeds itself in the ground, probably a good 7 feet from you. Your shout rings out into the night, into the expanse of the Freelands. Not really any echo, but amidst the wind. Currently, with nothing happening.
I'm just gonna continue screaming at nothing.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna say, oh my god, sorry. I'm just gonna say, I let go of everything that I loved. I sacrificed everything that I was just for you. I did everything Mother Oma told me. I did everything to fit in. Why is this still happening?
Make me a D100 roll.
One off.
Okay. You hear in the back of your mind this chuckle. Second. This as you're used to hearing before. No response, huh? Typical. You know you can't get rid of me. The only way you could is if I chose to leave. Like I was trying.
Sorry.
That was amazing.
I
wasn't ready. A volleyball appears out of nowhere flying past.
Look, it hits me in the head.
Like a burrito.
Thanks, I was hungry. Sorry.
Oh, that wasn't ready. Excuse me.
닥쳐요.
Need to bring up something. Oh wait, I think I know what that one means.
I'm tired of hearing you in your stupid voice. If no one responded, then why are you?
You feel the wind moving around you. Not necessarily identical to what you're used to when you've seen this in your mind, but almost just mimicking the moment. As you kind of close your eyes and you reopen them and you see leaning up against the tree in front of you, just like the slight silhouette of a figure. Make me a perception check, actually. The slight silhouette of a figure leaning up against the tree with their arms crossed. And you hear once again in your mind, "Isn't it obvious? We were meant to walk this together. Look at all we've accomplished. So much more still to do."
I think I know what that silhouette is. I'm gonna roll with some check.
Okay.
Together we accomplished nothing, and I'm going to go grab my flail and my shield.
Oh, okay. You walk over, retrieve the flail as you pull the spiked end of it out of the ground and pick your shield up off the ground. You stare back and the figure appears, instead of like leaning along its side, just with the back against it now, staring out at you as you do walk around retrieving your items. No change.
I feel like now is when I really look at that oak tree
Mm-hmm.
for what it is.
Uh-huh. In fact, almost in the dim light, seeing the collection of just gashes across it, you're reminded that there were gashes on the other one too, just in a different way.
Can we say I have like a knife?
Oh yeah, I just assumed you did.
I'm gonna take that knife out.
Okay.
I'm gonna walk up to the tree, and in Yuhan, above where I just demolished the tree, I'm just gonna write out, I miss you.
Okay. I like that. I'm not even gonna make you make a check for that. That's good.
Thanks.
Yeah. This figure's still leaning up against the tree. Actually, make me a
new one.
Yes, but with advantage. And not a save, actually. You know what? Make it a charisma check with advantage.
Charisma check with advantage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, wow. Okay. As you walk up alongside this tree, this silhouetted figure is still standing at this point. Now, it's not a very large tree, probably a couple feet from you. And walking closer, now you don't even need to check to realize the overall form of the figure reminds you of...
Oh! That is not what I thought it was.
Okay.
Fuck.
Yeah. The overall form at the very least. Just staring back at you. Occasionally the dark silhouetted face reveals just a quick flash of red eyes. But you walk up with... Yes, and that's when the story changes.
Actually, we gotta go.
Yeah. Yep. That's good against TOS. So, but you feel this bordering on terror, and yet in this moment, a resolve, a decision that surpasses that terror, as you intricately take the time to carve in this message in Yuhan on the tree with this presence mere feet from you. You can feel a level of frustration from it as you carve this in, and you take the knife towards the end and put it back, or perhaps still hold it.
I put it back.
Okay.
I
As
look at the presents. Doesn't do anything.
as you actually meet its gaze, you can see the body sort of just as a slight chuckle emerges, but that's it.
Just gonna turn my back on it, get back on Fangay, and slowly go back.
You get back on Fengay, and as you ride off, you take one last glance behind just to see, and you see, doesn't move, but you hear a final whisper. You can't run from me forever. As you make your way back towards the city of Credina.
I just heard what you said.
You make your way back towards... Are you actually returning to Credina at this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm not galloping.
Sure. Takes you about 30 minutes then, this time around. As you can feel, Fengay isn't really exhausted. You almost get this aspect that he enjoyed the push. He enjoyed that raw ride with nature. As you make your way back towards the city, you spot Zeos outside the city walls, just leaning up against a larger boulder, kind of staring up into the sky. Lost in his thoughts, it seems.
How lost?
That's a good question, Zeos.
How close is she?
Sure.
At this point, probably about 150 feet out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she can see you easier
I
than you
don't
can see
know how
her.
to tell from that far away.
Well, the walls of Credina have torches on them to where there's a natural light kind of illuminating the
but
border.
it's still like 150 feet.
Have I
Yeah.
noticed you yet?
I'll say you have. Yeah, you could.
Give me
I guess fireball.
Oh shit! Say be gone.
Be gone, thought. Sorry. I have such great self-image. Anyway.
Oh, I don't even know what that shit is. Okay.
You said I did?
You did, yes. You notice her. I mean,
Okay.
she's riding in pretty quickly with Fengay, so that 150 feet turns into 100 feet in a matter of seconds.
I thought you said you weren't riding fast.
I wasn't, but that's still 30 feet.
Yeah, the horse is still going to go faster. She's
In
not
6
galloping.
Seconds. So
Fair
in 12
enough.
seconds, I'll be within 100 feet.
Exactly.
Quick math.
Ayo. Joel.
Let me know when we're within talking.
I mean, 30 seconds would pass and you'd notice
Yeah.
her as the horse slows down. You're probably within a mere 15 feet of each other at this point, May, as you have all your shield and flail retrieved, just resting on your back at this point while riding in. Bengay just sort of takes a sigh.
Okay.
Okay. I still don't know what you're rolling, so this is all you.
I know, but I'm amazed with I've
Okay.
rolled 2 natural 17s for what I'm rolling to myself.
Damn.
That's
Okay.
fine.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's waiting for something from Josh, but
Nope.
Did
I
you?
bumped the shit out of my desk and everything shook.
Yeah, I saw that.
it was one of these, and
I'm sorry if I scared you. I know it's scary.
I'm sorry too.
For what?
I can't do anything. I don't know what to do.
Don't worry about it. It's my problem. It's not yours.
But it's not just you. It's Garr. It's Dallin. It's There we go. Zeus begins to cry as he's saying this.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, the other two were 20s.
Understood.
I was like, what the fuck?
I'm gonna hop off Fengay and give Fengay the look to, like, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, he like meets your gaze as you meet his, and he just sort of.
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna sit down next to Zeus.
I don't know what to do. I couldn't be there for Garr. I wasn't there for Thalin. Who knows what's going on with him? And then tonight with you, just there's nothing I can do.
For Garr and I, you are here. Yes, you might not be able to solve the problem immediately, but you're here.
I may be here, but I still feel just useless.
I can relate. I don't always have the best advice, but
Neither do I.
my mother asked me before she disappeared to help as many people as I could even if it was only those closest to me. And by the time I was about 22 or 23, I realized that people die, and there's nothing you can do about it. But you can still help those that remain, just by sitting next to them, just by offering food and words of kindness. And sometimes that does more than any solution ever could.
Thank you, May.
I try. Do you want to
Well,
be alone?
That's... I don't know. I just never been through any of this. I don't know what to do. Life, you know, a year ago to me was just sitting in a room looking at books and tablets and random things. Like, it was quiet, it was peaceful, and then everything got turned upside down.
I know what it's like to lose your entire sense of what is normal and what is life. There's only one thing you can do. It's just to keep moving forward. And then eventually, the new thing you found will somehow feel like normal and feel like life, but then there will be these moments that you have where you're reminded of what it was before, but you can't go back to it because you've seen things and they've changed you.
That hits all too true.
I'm sorry I only offer the truth.
Well, like I said, there was a life before I was in Rand. That was much different to the normal then, so. I'm staring up, and Zeus points to a star. And he says, "You see that star?" And it's north of us.
You can see it shines pretty bright compared to others as well.
That's called the Spire Star. Someday I'll show you guys where that goes.
When he says goes, I'm just like side-eyeing him for a second. I look forward to it. I'm gonna grab Zeus's hand,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm just gonna hold it. I'm just gonna say, it's going to be okay.
Okay. Okay. So, what do we need to do then? My thoughts. What were we? The books, yes. The deities. We were going to look at deities in the Ilmatari sanctuary. that I put my mind onto something else. Focus on that.
You could try casting ice bolts at trees. It helps.
Not what I would go to normally
Everyone has
calm
their own
down or
ability.
relax. I used to play on the family piano sometimes, but I was...
We have one in the manor.
Yeah, we do. I haven't touched a piano in almost a year.
How about we go and do that? As much as you can bury yourself in work, you're gonna burn yourself out.
Not very good.
Neither am I. I've actually almost never touched a piano in my life, so.
Okay. Well, Garr has... No, Mavis has the key?
Jordan has the key.
Garr?
Jordan has the key. Who has the key?
Jordan definitely had the key. I'm pretty sure he
think-
gave it back to Garr.
I think Garr
Garr
has
has-
it now.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure Mavis gave it to him.
Yeah.
Garr has the key. Are you ready to go back?
No. But there's no point in waiting.
Okay.
I'll get
Shall
up
we-
and extend him a hand.
Okay.
Take your hand and get up. Are we riding?
Sure. Just
Okay.
gonna hop on Fenge and then help him up.
Yeah. He
We'll
pretty.
hop in front of May because I'm the short one.
Yeah. Okay. As you guys ride back through Credina, are you stopping by your quarters at all, May, within the sanctuary?
I'm hoping to not go in there at all. I was actually gonna sensei to go talk to Garr.
Okay. Okay. Garr, would you be sleeping
Okay.
at this point, or?
Shit.
Oh, okay, never mind. Sure. Okay. Zeos, make me a perception check if you are going in.
Yes, I'll walk in. Character sheet. Where's my character sheet? Oh, I threw it up over there.
I mean, if he's just casually walking in, I got a 16 passive perception. I know he's coming, yeah?
Yeah.
Steal it.
My passive stealth is
Laren would have
definitely-
stole it. Steal it. Oh.
Gar, I'm gonna need you to make me a sleight of hand.
Oh, I'm not.
Fuck.
Oh, you're not? Okay. Then never mind. You're good.
What
was
about to
Zeus.
Out on Zeus.
You-
claw just real tight on the back of the neck. you
Yeah,
know?
it's unusually tight. Zeus, you make your way into the quarters, and Gar is currently.
I'm sitting on the edge of the bed, like at the foot of the bed, flask in hand, staring at the floor. And a few seconds pass. You see him take a swig, and he looks at you. Oh, you've returned.
Do you have the key?
Oh, that key. Yes.
Yes.
Do you need to return?
May I have it?
Sure. I'll just toss it to you.
It's Mavis in here?
That's actually what
Is
I was
this
curious about.
the common quarters?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. I how long after
This
all the
would,
bullshit.
would have been
An hour?
after May. Oh, more than that.
Hour and a half.
hour?
Yeah, May.
Well,
It's probably
it took
closer
me
to
20 to get there. I beat it up
30
for like
Get back.
30.
Yeah. 30 to get back. And then speaking of
30 to get
Zeus,
back.
Maybe it's like
Yeah.
2 a.m.
it's probably been a couple hours. Yeah.
Copy that. I think I still would be up reading the Magic 101 book at this
Yeah.
time then.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So you would see Zeus walk in then, as well.
I just nod to him. And then go back to reading.
Wave you over when you nod to me.
Close the book.
Mm-hmm.
What's up?
Can you follow
What?
me for a sec?
Sure.
Zeus
and
never
then-
asks me to do anything, so
Yeah.
Yeah, I walk. I take Mavis and I walk back out to where Mavis.
you don't take. No, I follow you.
Yeah. I
No
walk
one
back
takes
out.
Nobody
Mavis.
takes a gnome.
I pick up Mavis
no, you don't.
Davis in the corner.
with all my mighty negative strength. I drag Mavis across the floor.
You wish. I follow you.
As I ask you to follow me, I'm like, I would like you to open the door,
Oh,
for me. And actually, I've kind of come to figure that I think non-planeswalkers can't even see any of this, so I think we can just open it anywhere.
and they might find it strange if we use the portable door just in the middle of a hallway, but
Well,
yeah,
I
we
just
can
meant
open it
we
any
could
door.
use it on any door.
Sure.
Anyways, I was hoping you could open this. And
Did
then
Jordan see the runes? I can't remember if he said he saw them etched in there at all.
He didn't.
saw nothing.
Okay, nothing.
Yep.
Okay, bet.
And then just open it in the morning.
Sure.
I start to. I'll just
Actually,
find a door.
Make sure you do open it in the morning. I need to be somewhere at sunrise, so
Sunrise. Where do you need to be at sunrise?
it's not too important, but I need to be there, so that's the important part.
If you need to be there, it sounds important.
Yes and no.
What is with the
anyways.
secrets? Where do you have to be, Zeus?
It's a surprise, okay? Don't
Oh.
ruin the surprise.
Hate surprises.
I start carving on the door.
Sure.
The runes.
Both of you can tell.
Is May would be nervous?
Oh yeah, May's near you
Yeah, how
guys.
far is you? Oh, okay.
I would
Oh.
bring him
Yeah,
back
where
out
they
to us
Yeah.
as I'm telling him, like, it's
Oh.
probably okay just to open this
That's kind of
anywhere.
what I figured. And you would notice Garr from the room, kind of looking at you guys from a distance, half peering behind the doorway, trying to be stealthy, not being stealthy.
Not being too stealthy.
Did I see it too?
Oh yeah. Yep.
Oh god.
Do I see them noticing me?
Do I see you? See me? See
I
you?
stare.
Yeah, right.
I stare at you.
You see me, you see you, see me.
I would say you don't, even though you're drinking this, you don't need to check. Yes, you can tell they're looking at you.
Gar, you don't have to sneak. You're not that great at it anyway.
I can't tell you from way inside the room.
You're
I
also
thought
really
we
bad
made our way
liar.
farther out, so where Gar couldn't see us, but okay.
So then, unless you're
Oh,
doing
yeah,
anything,
coming out.
Garr,
Door's
just-
open. I'm making my way in.
I just
Okay.
I carve all the runes in.
you would have caught any of the conversation though, Garr. After 10 minutes, the door, as per usual, flashes as a white horizon appears. Zeus, you step through.
I did too.
All right, both Zeus and May step through. Mavis, as the door sits in front of you, you can close it as normal.
Yeah, I do so.
The retractable door retracts. You gather it up and make your way back into the room where you see, I'm assuming Garr on sitting on his bed, whistling.
Do you want to tinker?
I do. But not tonight. I wouldn't be able to put my whole mind into it.
I know. Don't dull it.
Well,
Pretty
not
sharp.
just from that, but that. You know, like looking. I'm assuming we have a courtyard-facing window at this point.
Yeah.
You can gesture towards it easily.
We can still see the wet patch from all the ice right out there.
Somebody out there with a mop currently cleaning up the grass.
Just mopping the
It's 2 in
grass.
the morning.
Yes, they're mopping the grass currently.
Honest day's work.
Yeah.
Definitely
dark
not just
kids
morning
again.
dew.
By the way, Nessa says she misses you.
Me specifically? Or...
Well, all of us.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense. We didn't really talk much. You spoke to Nessa?
I did.
Huh. What about?
Well, about possession.
That's fair. She was a bit more learned on these things, I guess.
Yeah. And I know you're not knowledged on it, or the arcane for that matter, but...
Trying to.
And I hold up the Magic 101 book to my head.
Well, I found this, and it's interesting. Maybe you can compare it to your notes in that, and see if anything sticks out.
I'll look at it.
It specifically says that when someone is possessed, the creature possessing them is in full control
I sort of figured, given the
at all
Word.
times.
possession, that they would, possess them. But
Right. That's not the case with me.
so she's not possessed.
I'm not sure what to call it.
It seems to be potentially housed in whatever that is.
Pardon me, sorry.
Just call it a mark.
Yeah, the mark, I guess. Yeah, but
But
what allows it to certain times influence her so heavily?
to be honest, I think it's because she wants it to. She specifically said that and I could be misremembering this, so butt in here, Gia, if I'm wrong. She said that she deserved this. This was
When-
her punishment for something.
When you asked me what it was, I said it was everything I've ever done wrong.
Right.
That's what I
Mm.
said.
So, yeah, I wouldn't change the wording. Then
Everything she
it's
ever did
almost-
wrong.
It's I feel almost self-punishment.
Like, she could
manifested.
also be saying that everything she's ever done wrong was because of this thing. But I don't know. I don't know what her history is. I do
just
know-
she killed a man or boy.
Killed a boy?
Was it a boy or a man that she killed? I don't remember.
I
History
don't
check.
know. This is news to me.
She did.
Give me a history check.
Walter White.
Oh, okay.
Let's go.
You suddenly remember in the moment she beat an altar boy,
There you go.
but killed a man.
Big difference, Garr.
Right.
She has morals.
She beat an altar boy. She killed a man. But from what I understand, it was one that deserved it. Maybe
What, the altar boy or the man?
the man.
Did she say that she did this before the mark was on her hip, or?
As far as I'm aware, the mark has been with her for a long time. I don't know the order of events.
I don't either, obviously. Thank you for sharing all that with me. It's nice to have everything out in the open. So many secrets.
Right.
Speaking of secrets, I take a big swig. I'm becoming a bit of an alcoholic.
It's no secret to me.
Yeah, but saying it out loud makes it less of a secret.
I'm not good at this. I don't know.
I'm not looking for answers, friend. Not answers from you.
Can you at least hear some words?
Yes. Quite
Please don't.
perceptive. Don't.
I just point to the bottle.
You have a sharp mind. That stuff destroys people like that. That's why I don't touch it. I know it. I can understand it might make certain things a bit easier, but I don't want to see you undone by something that's in a tiny little flask.
I don't. I don't mean this in a harsh way, Mavis. But what do you suggest I do? I died. I saw the afterlife. And I am terrified of the future.
I am too. I saw you die and I couldn't stop it. To me, that means I gotta be better. We gotta be better. Which means we need to be sharp. So it never fucking happens again.
But what if there is no better?
There is always better. Nothing's ever perfect. Everything's always improving, as long as you try. So we tinker.
It's not true. I've seen many plateau and stay on that plateau.
It's because they accepted their fate. I'm not really one to believe in it. So I'm choosing to forge ahead.
If we were to accept our fates as been told to us, we would be saviors of the realm.
Fate,
Yet I look around and I see a young woman scared of who she is and what she can become. I see a young man who has no idea where he's from or who he is. I see, well, you. You're the only one that actually has any clue of what they are or want to be, I feel.
it still subverted my expectations. I thought I would just be a good inventor. I didn't expect to be going on a quest like this. I don't exactly consider myself to be up to the task, but, well, we've been effective so far. We failed once.
Been effective and lucky, I think.
Oh, I agree.
Asanor literally caught himself on fire.
There's no way he's a top. My point is, we failed once. And in that failure, I saw the only person I've ever actually been able to call a friend will vanish. And I intend to never see that happen again. So we upgrade. I lost a friend once before. I don't need to get into details right now, but I don't want to have it happen again. So,
The only
please.
thing I'm certain of, Master Mavis,
Just Mavis.
death is the only thing that we can be certain of.
Well,
And you say upgrade, but I don't even know what it means to be a cleric or a follower of Melora. How do I improve that if I don't fully believe it in the first place?
well, I'm certainly not the one to ask that question to, but at least with the way that I think about it, maybe ask her. I don't know.
not listening to me.
Hammer.
I tried speaking to her, and instead I got an image of a flask.
Well, then, if she's giving you the silent treatment, you just swing your hammer harder. I've seen you do that, and you can do that pretty damn well.
It's a mighty hammer.
Good force behind it.
Tomorrow, maybe we tinker if you have nothing else going on. I don't know what the others have planned, but we need to get on the road to the desert.
Pretty much all I ever want to do is tinker, so flag me down. I have the first invention that we're going to make. Blueprints are done.
Perhaps I'll have one of the others stay outside the mansion so we can stay inside and tinker. I haven't slept there in, well, since we left Harmony.
Indeed. Okay.
Okay, friend.
All right. You guys.
Hop back in bed and read for a bit more and then go to bed.
Sure. Okay. Zeus and May, is there anything specific you guys are doing back in the manor? I mean, I know Zeus is going to be playing the piano a little bit.
I figured I'd sit with him.
Chill
Okay.
out on the couch.
Maybe I'd try to play a song. Even though I
Go
have
back
zero
and forth.
proficiency in piano.
Yeah, how do I do a piano roll?
Okay, so
Performance check?
performance check with
I mean, proficiency
You're
gives
not-
you the proficiency bonus. So if you have proficiency performance, take it away, basically.
I don't have
Right.
proficiency in performance.
so there you go. Yeah, just a performance check.
I'm a god.
Okay. You make your way inside, where as you enter, as per usual, you see Gunther emerge from the study and towards the right with his hands crossed in front of him, as per usual. Welcome back, both of you. Is there anything you are in need of? Any assistance?
Maybe later.
Very well. Simply call on us if you need so. Loads off without any question. You guys make your way towards the back, towards the living area where there's a fireplace that's always going. It's always lit. AF, and you guys sit down at the piano. You guys sit down at the piano. Zeus, you begin playing. Is there a particular connotation
I had
with a song?
pre-planned for this, but at the same time, I hadn't.
Right. No, me neither. I wasn't ready for this.
I know, I wasn't either.
Yeah. You would stop. Yeah, exactly, and kills it.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just.
Oh shit!
Oh, it's too quiet.
I heard a note. The piano
it's
dies
picking
in the
up.
middle of you playing it,
No.
unfortunately.
Yes,
Way
the
too
sound
loud.
of silence.
But you,
That's the wrong one. Honestly, I'm just surprised
plays
I
it
found
well.
the keys.
yeah.
No.
But I'll say
He would
that
probably just play nothing too amazing, fairly simple. But
Yeah.
as someone that's probably taken like a year or two's like lessons on and
Yeah.
off.
Okay.
Casually dabbles.
You can tell that while you're sitting here next to Zeus as he begins playing this tune, his hands, there's a couple times where he has to you see him jump to a spot and then quickly adjust his hand position as he's still picking up lessons that he's learned over the years. He's playing the tune properly, occasionally hits one or two off notes, but quickly adjusts and lets go of sustain in order to correct the notes that he's hitting. It's a very fluid piece that almost gives you the feeling of which you didn't necessarily see all that often in Trigate, but some of the higher standards of living within Trigate, like somebody that would have been in that region.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, you.
I'll try again. No.
Surprisingly enough,
a
I don't
few-
think Zeus has ever been the Trigate.
Correct. A few minutes pass as you finish the piece, Zeus, and just let the final notes ring out in the room as the piano itself isn't playing, well, itself while you are. As the notes slowly fade and you hear the just crackling of the fireplace as pretty much the only sound here.
I sit there and look around. For all the time I've spent in this place, I have hardly actually sat in this room.
You take a second to just like take in the room in a bit more detail. You notice the intricately woven soft blue rug on the ground with gold interlacing patterns in it, the two red beautiful couches sitting opposite a coffee table that sits in the center, a locked door towards the end that you've seen before, a chaise lounge leaning up against the wall just under a window where a little bit of moonlight is pouring in, reflecting the material plane outside, a candle lit aboard or on top of a small table where I'll say you've had probably coffee. You know what coffee is, so you would be able to manifest it here. A couple mornings before, at least Zeus.
Maybe.
And of course, the bookshelf off behind you where you played the notes the first day that you got here in order to place your first
Where
memoriam.
did it-
Yeah.
Did you want to?
I could try. I don't actually know how to play.
I can show you the basics. I don't know too much.
I'm just gonna try hitting a couple keys
Sure.
with a song in mind. I don't know how to play the piano.
Okay.
This is gonna go
so just
wonderful.
normal. This is gonna be ass.
Because Zeus is helping you, yeah, go ahead and make me a performance check, just normal.
Just normal.
Yeah.
Dang.
Holy shit. Okay.
I'm a good
Um,
teacher.
So I just kind of be like, just with one hand, like hitting the keys.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually do have something.
Do you? Okay.
Let's go.
But as I'm playing it, I would just say, my mother used to play the harp a lot.
Oh, I forgot about this.
The harp. That's a
She
very
had one
beautiful
in her bedroom.
sounding instrument, and not a common one.
You know
Right,
what?
they wouldn't be common, right?
Harps.
A harp?
Harps.
Depending on where you're at. Are you saying for you, Zeus, in particular, back in Rand? Or
I'm just saying, compared to other instruments, I'd say that's a lesser common instrument.
less common? If you were in Harmony, for instance, you'd probably see it pretty
Oh, yeah,
regularly.
definitely.
Along
Harmony
with
is a
others.
different
So,
situation.
yeah. But no, in Rand, yes, less common. You would have seen
Less
maybe
common.
one or two, though.
Yeah. So I was
Yep.
just like, that's not a common instrument.
Also, I stopped the music because I am going to play this.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yes. But it won't play for everyone else. So
I'll just pull it up.
it takes you a little bit, May, as you starting off with just a single finger, find each note as Zeus kind of helps you along. Just hitting it one at a time, hitting a sour note and then backing off and starting again, continuing on, almost in this melodic, rhythmic pattern as you remember your mother playing this. As you take your left hand and add in bass notes. Slowly at first, building up just a rhythm of familiarity and repetition with your left hand. It's not the cleanest, but it sounds like you remember.
I'm probably pretty spaced out playing this.
Mm-hmm. There's a couple points where you kind of hit the wrong note instinctively and just correct yourself as Zeus reaches over to like help and then pulls back a little bit as you just fall into this rhythmic pattern.
This room reminds me of things I can't have. so I don't come here very often.
It does remind me a bit of Rand as well. So I get that.
Is this what the rugs and carpets and the couches were like in Rand?
Probably, yeah. Pretty similar, I'd say.
The only difference that you make note of, Zeos, is that, and correct me if I'm wrong in this, but it was a little more proper in Rand. It's a little more homey here.
Yeah.
But in terms of quality, yes. And apparently, according to this portion of the song, May just became a master on the piano.
I'm just that good.
Yeah, just
I
right
would say
into
this. So Zeus would say, this reminds me a bit more of the home that I was raised in, but the rest of Rand and other people's houses are a little bit more proper. I'd say the Balrus's place would probably be a little bit more homey, just from their history.
Okay. Yeah, I can see it.
Perhaps we weren't raised that differently.
I was raised by a very unique family, which I haven't really thought about. But yes. I mean, all of us seem to have come from very different families. You had families and then lost them and grew up in an orphanage. That's very different from what I grew up with in the last 10 years, and just, I don't know where I'm going with this.
It's okay. I know what you mean.
Yeah, that song's very pretty. You said, wait, did you say your mother played that? Okay.
It was one of the only ladylike things she ever did. That and cooking.
You kind of strike the final notes of the song, remembering. Well,
Tell me
where it started.
what?
Oh, you're good. Go for it.
I was very confused from where it started.
As May slowly kind of just remembers where all of this started for her.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
as she
I thought
strikes
you were
the
talking
final
about
notes.
the song still.
Oh no.
Started it from where
Yeah,
it started.
I remember
like,
the beginning
what?
of the song now.
I like her, the man. I'm like, tell me more about your mother, if you're okay with that. Is there
She hated jewelry. She thought it was stupid. She loved to make her arrows out of Perryton feathers. She had a collection of spices from all over the world. She could beat up literally anyone with almost any weapon.
Your mother sounds like quite the person.
She was very different. We used to get letters in the mail from different villages asking my mother to come visit to help them with anything. I watched her deliver a mule beetle once.
A what?
Mule beetle?
It's Zeus might know what this is.
Oh, actually, there's a chance. Make me a history check.
There's a chance.
Yeah.
What do you want? History?
Yeah, history. Yeah. You've heard of the mule beetle before. generally a worker animal, but also some people keep them as pets. Within the Yujigao Empire,
Okay.
they're indigenous to there. But that's about the most that you know.
Enough. I do recall Thalon telling me about one of those once. I don't remember too much, but
They're pretty cute for being giant insects.
I've never seen one, I can say that.
I
So-
haven't seen one in a very long time.
I'm trying to think. So you did live in the, how do I say it?
The Yujigao Empire.
Yujigao
Yujigao. Yep.
Empire for how long?
Well, I lived near the Taihata River.
I would probably know the river.
Make me
Yeah.
a history check.
I feel like I would know the river. It's the dominant river.
Yes, it is.
This is gonna be a bad history check. No, it's not.
Not only do you know the river, you've heard the name relatively recently.
Shh, why? I know.
You rolled a
know
25,
why.
so you know why.
I know why.
After deciphering.
No, I wrote it down. You don't
Yeah.
even need to tell me.
Yep. So you know of it doubly.
I'm just trying to remember how to spell it.
I got you.
Hata. I got it. I'm just looking at the map.
Ah.
That was a while ago. That was 11 chapters ago.
Then you know more than I do.
Oh, wow.
It was in the document.
Yeah. Yes, it was.
The hidden message in the document was that. I don't remember what this document was, but it was in that document.
Mm-hmm.
By the river, that was the. I know where that is, but also wasn't that mentioned in that document? What document was this? What document I talked
The
about?
one with the
now?
multi-language on it
Oh,
that you
was
helped
document?
decipher.
Okay, that's
yeah.
what I was thinking. So
Yep.
the El Mado document.
It was mentioned.
Where was it mentioned in it?
You rolled a 25. It
Well,
was.
so I have the full
after-
translation written, but I don't
Yeah.
have it in that document. That's why I'm confused.
No, I know. I'm saying you rolled a 25, so you remember
Yeah.
that the last message, once all of it was translated, was first letters, seek it out. And after taking the first letter of each line of the document, it spelled out Taihata River.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Okay. That is stupidly amazing.
Well, I'm going to go to the kitchen. So
Oh.
you should
Oh.
probably meditate or trance or whatever it is you do.
Yeah, huh.
As he's looking confused, I'm just gonna walk away.
You see him walk over to the locked door.
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk away.
Uh-huh. Okay. As you kind of tug on it, Zeos, and just twist the handle a little bit, it is firmly in place.
Forgot the store was here.
And as you turn around, you see that May is no longer in the room. May.
I'm gonna
You said
sit and
Oh,
stare
go
at the
ahead.
store for a bit.
Sure. Make me a perception check.
will it to open. No.
Open now. Oh, okay. I'll take that into consideration.
You said that we can like create things from the manor
Yep.
ourselves.
Yep, it's almost the more that you've come to utilize the magic within the manor, it works off of essentially willpower, the ability to visualize what it is you want to create and cause it to be.
Okay. I'm going to spend. How long does this take? I think like 3 to 4 hours. to make glass noodles from sweet potato starch and literally make the sweet potato starch. And I'm going to make japchae.
Oh my god. Okay. Sure.
And I don't know if you want me to roll for it.
For the sake of it, go ahead, but make it with advantage for this.
Do I have proficiency in
I would be shocked if you didn't.
utensils?
Otherwise, we can
Where
just make it a
would I-
survival check.
Where would I write this down?
That's a good question. It would be on the first tab.
Well, if you have tool for
Oh, I have nothing
Proficiencies,
written
there's-
there, but I don't think I have 0, but it's fine.
No.
I'll just roll survival.
Yeah, go ahead and roll that. Okay. Interesting.
I have another question.
Uh-huh.
You said the walls absorb, like if I willed it to absorb something, it would absorb it.
Essentially. Only for things created in the manor, it seems.
So if I cook this meal in the manor,
You could absorb it into the walls, yes.
okay. When I finish it,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna stare at it. Then
Okay.
I'm gonna say, Yane, pick it up. I'm gonna throw it at the wall.
Okay.
Do I hear this?
Willing the wall to absorb it.
Yeah. Which is
So probably not.
But I am throwing it like as hard as I can.
Yeah, like does
Sure.
it shatter and splatter across the wall and then it
Yeah, I don't know.
slowly
And
slips
yeah,
in?
this is a
Is it
question.
like quicksand?
but I'm
it
just,
makes a
yeah.
more of a thudding sound, almost like sinking into really thick dirt at first. Zeus, I'd say
Quicksand.
yeah, you could hear kind of close to that.
Do
You
you
hear
want me
this
to roll my athletics?
for the hell of it, yeah, go ahead and do that.
Distracted.
Yup. Zeus, you
Yeetus. Yeeted.
you yeetus this bowl straight into the wall. Zeus, you hear a thud from the kitchen as with
make my way
with
and
some
peek in.
precision.
Do I see what happened? It'd probably take me a bit to get there, so it's probably gone by then.
it's a slow well, not slow, but a gradual process where it just like absorbs into the wall. I'd say you get there at the latter part of seeing a bowl being absorbed into the wall.
I'd be
I'm pretty far
leaning
away.
120
It's a hun-
feet. That's like, Josh, like 4 rounds.
Like 4
I'm not
rounds,
running.
depending on if you're running or not. Yeah, so
I'm not running, so
it'd take you probably 40
Probably
seconds to get there. So.
I just
Yeah,
be,
take
I
me a
just
minute.
be leaning up against the counter
Hmm.
where I can watch it go into the wall in an apron. That's probably really, really messy.
Okay, it wouldn't
Oh,
take
wow,
that long, so it would be gone by the time you get there, Zeus. But you
Yeah.
still see a messy apron with May leaning up. As May, you
I'm just staring at
see,
the wall.
and you see the last bits of it absorb in.
everything
Damn.
okay?
It's good.
Can I smell what was cooked in here?
Okay, you're gonna have to help me out on what this smells like.
I don't know if he would actually know. Like, of
Let me
this
rephrase this.
food.
Can I smell that food was just cooked in here? I suppose you did say you went to cook something.
I said I went to the kitchen.
Can you smell what the palate? What you making?
You can smell that something was cooking in here.
Let's see. It would smell. How do you describe the smell of sesame oil and soy sauce?
Holy shit!
I feel like
Zeus
those are
has-
really distinctive
They
smells.
very much are.
I
Very
know what they
much.
smell like because like I
Hell
have
yeah.
those ingredients, but I
Right.
don't know how to describe those. Soy
Pungent?
sauce is kind of salty,
So yeah, so it's kind of salty, and savory,
and
but it
you'd
also
also get
has this like
some-
hint of sweetness.
yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, I just realized Zeus has absolutely no idea how to cook. Like zero.
oh yeah, no, that makes total
No,
sense.
he
Actually,
has never cooked in his life.
you're right. Oh, that makes so much sense too for what we've been talking about. Oh my gosh.
It just clicked in my mind. He has never cooked.
But yeah, that's what you see as you walk in with. Mhm.
I forgot. What did I ask? I said, "What you making?"
Um, Just a dish my
Smells?
mom used to make.
Unique. Is it from the Gao Empire?
I suppose.
No. I don't think I've ever had cooking from there, as I ponder that in 3 different ways.
Uh-huh. Same.
Oh.
For the sake of this, we'll say
No.
currently you haven't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably not. Is there any specialties?
I guess it kind of depends on where you're eating in Yujigo.
As you can probably tell, I'm not too familiar with the region, so.
I don't know if there's any specialties to the entire empire, but I do know that. Actually, is this true? Would our largest export be rice?
Probably.
I feel like it would be. I don't have anywhere else in the world that makes sense for it. That definitely makes the most sense.
Okay. I do know that our largest agricultural export is rice.
I have seen that.
But I didn't make rice. So
Wait, did you say I didn't make it or I don't like it?
I didn't make rice. I was
well,
kind of mumbling to myself.
Yeah.
I mean, did you want to make rice? We can
No.
kind of make anything here, so.
I made something I hate and then chucked it at the wall.
That make you feel better?
I thought it would. But now I just feel terrible.
Is there a meal that would make you feel better?
No, don't worry about it.
I mean, for me, it's blah.
Spaghetti
my favorite.
meatballs.
Natural.
I have a specific place and a specific person and everything to tell you. I
Yes.
just don't know what they make.
Me
'Cause
neither.
I don't know this type of cuisine.
Let me look. But you guys both notice as you've been talking, Eleanor consistently makes her way like across the doorway and like peeks in and then tries to look like she wasn't peeking in and walks off and then continually.
It's,
I suppose I should say something.
yeah, we've both been kind of awkward. We could all cook together. I can't say I know how though. That might make you.
Are you hungry?
I could probably eat. It's a weird hour, but everything's messed up anyways. So, heck yeah, let's eat. But yeah, I have no idea what you do in here.
Just do you know how to chop vegetables?
You're just gonna be 2 blanks there. I've never cooked anything.
Okay. Come over here. Do
Come over,
I
Sam
know the cuisine of Rand, perchance? Like, did I hear about that wall in Trigate?
My first thought goes to shepherd's pie.
Based on what we've made, yes, I totally agree.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make me a history check.
So
though.
like a shepherd's pie would be something.
Let me see.
Because, I mean, you did live within a city of royalty. You would have probably heard of another city of royalty, but not in this
You're
case.
gonna take that back.
Nothing's coming to
would you
mind of the
ask me
specifics of the
anything?
cuisine. Oh, that makes even more sense with other things we've talked about. Okay, yeah, definitely.
That she doesn't know?
No, that the dish that you mentioned.
Oh, shepherd's pie, yeah.
I would just ask you to describe something to me that you've eaten before,
Well.
or that you want to eat now.
My mind went straight to something that I don't think we could replicate here, because I was thinking of a specific fish from the lake by Rand, but
Try pulling it out of the wall.
The fish?
Yeah, think about it.
Suppose I can? Hell, have I written this down? I'm trying
not to laugh about
the fish. Oh, yes. Perfect. I have 2 fish written down
Heyo.
for Rand. So Zeus is going to bring Gunther near him as well.
Okay.
I'm going to walk over to the wall. I'm going to stick my hand in, and I'm going to pull out a shepherd's trout.
Okay.
If it is a shepherd's trout, tell me.
Yes, it. Well, yeah. Given that I really have not made this official since the beginning portion, so it's kind of as we've been going along. But make me a.
What, you didn't pre-plan cuisine for the
no, what
areas
is
in your
this?
world? What?
Can you make me a straight charisma check for your first time doing this, Zeus?
Sure.
He's like, mansion, please bestow it
Please,
upon
come on.
me. The
I know you
shepherd's
want
trout.
Okay. Yeah, you stick your hand into the wall as Gunther stands nearby and is kind of explaining the process to you, and you pull out this like gathering of energy just at the latter parts of it coalescing as it forms the shape of a fish with this sort of iridescent sheen on it. As you're holding a shepherd's trout.
Now, what you do with this fish, I have no idea, but they call it fish fry.
So you fry it.
To the fish.
I assume that I know how to descale a fish. Personally,
yeah.
Considering my mother.
Considering where you were at as well, yeah, for sure.
All right, and he said, so it's a pie?
Well, no, I said what they do with this fish is do a fish fry. Shepherd's pie was a different dish.
Okay.
Shepherd's pie doesn't normally include
That's
fish
why
in
I
it. It's normally lamb.
Okay, so we're making fish.
It just happens to be one of the 2 fish I've written down is called Shepherd's Trout, partially because the lake's called Shepherd's Lake.
Yes, it is.
So
Well,
there's
if you
just a
just
lot
want
of
me to
shepherding
fry
going on.
it,
Yes,
give me like 5 minutes or so, and I will
just gonna
give you an
watch.
image
Nice.
of something.
Okay.
But yeah, we just be making that. So
yeah,
Okay.
Zeus should just be watching as he's like never done this.
Okay. For the sake of it, then, we'll say that you
It's
guys
weirdly like Friday because it's the end of the week.
a little bit.
Actually,
like
it's
it.
technically Monday now.
Ah, yes.
It's like 3 a.m.
I
Oh,
was
good
like,
point.
what?
Yeah. Actually, I need to advance the day.
I was too zoned out to like realize what was being said, and I was like, wait,
Yeah.
what day of the week is
So, you guys spend the next.
Real time.
Yeah. We'll make that, and then I'll serve it to him. But I'm probably going to make something with that fish that's more something I'm used to making. So
I'll
Sure.
try that as well. I'll
Okay.
try whatever we make.
In that case, then you guys spend the next 30 or so minutes doing that. Unless there was something specific that you wanted to say afterwards. Eleanor comes in occasionally and just asks if there's anything she can do to help. Not trying to barge in at all. If you guys tell her to just like leave you guys be, she very gladly does so. You guys make your way off to bed for the evening. Zeus to trance.
Yep.
May.
And then I'd be waiting by the door once it's morning, being
Yeah. May and Garr. Roll me D100s.
I don't like being on the
Yeah.
receiving end of this.
NDA? Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Time out. I definitely typed 1D100.
Did you?
What's your roll?
Yeah. Yeah, you rolled a D0.
Impressive.
I was like, that's impressive, Nick. Okay. Okay.
Hey, at least it's
I
it's
wanna hide mine if you're gonna hide
it's a
yours.
great 0 because it's green, right?
All right. So all of you find your way off to sleep for the evening.
Bit meters.
With the understanding that the next morning, Zeus, you have a pre-existing appointment, and you all have an appointment with Kilian Galliman for a lunch meeting. Mavis and Garr.
Bathroom break before we do
Yeah, I
this.
was gonna say.
Yeah,
That is a
that'd be
good choice.
great.
Yes, let's
Oh,
do that.
thank God.
Yeah. All right, bathroom break first, and then we'll be right back.
Let's go.
Okay. Bye bye.
Oh, good call. Tidy Whitey, I look away for 1 second and I miss the rapture. How's it going, man? Welcome in. It's good to see you. Oh my gosh, it's been too long. Oh, I just haven't been streaming as much lately. Just been a lot of life. So pretty much. Oh, dude, it's so good to see you again. How are you? You said hold on. I missed it. Doing well. Okay, I'm glad to hear that, Tidy. It's good to have you here, man. Oh, the japchae, huh? That was good. That was good.
You're good. What are we talking about?
Uno, got him. He
What
wasn't
do you
ready.
have to say reverse card? Uno just means you have one card left.
Shit.
You mostly just said one, to be honest.
You said one.
Yeah, you're right.
That was it.
One. Good sir. Take that.
I love how last session and this session, basically the time in the world is going at the rate that we are RPing right
Pretty
now.
much, yeah.
because we are literally
Sorry.
literally
Yeah.
going.
Hey, I ain't rushing it. This is what
No,
builds
I
character development, and I love it.
It just, there's so much interesting stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
I didn't plan any of
Nope.
that we'd be doing this. I didn't think I'd be going in
It
the
was
manor.
great.
3
Oh.
weeks ago, I thought I'd have a tattoo and we would be
Yeah.
night on.
Oh. No, this is perfect. This is really good.
My God.
I'm pretty sure Josh thought we'd be a night on by now.
I'm glad we
I
aren't.
feel like Josh has learned better. I feel like he knows better now.
Yeah, we were.
Yeah.
We're not going anywhere ever.
Josh isn't even sure what game we're playing right now.
Rocket League, right?
It's an ugly laugh.
Hey,
Like
Nick,
Tina
also shut up.
laughing at,
She was
you must
cackling
not
earlier,
know
but I was
me.
muted.
Oh man, when she put that the
Oh,
anthem in chat, fucking killed me. Oh.
Oh, you
man.
haven't seen fan chat, have you, Josh?
Oh, nice. That's awesome.
And she was like, "Babe, how do you do spoilers? Can I do that in Twitch chat?" It's like, "No." She's like, "Okay, how do I do it though?"
Oh, I love it. It's so good. All right, so, this one. Mavis and Garr. Start with you guys. You.
I wake up.
couple random people next to you wake up as well, and like with one eye open, one eye half closed, they just fall down.
Let me see. How sound asleep am I?
Oh yeah, I need to take that long rest, BB.
Oh yeah, everybody go ahead and take your long rest.
Oh, you're right.
I need a con save from you, May.
Poor May. Oh no. Where's
You
the
know, I was
banner?
thinking to myself, do I even bother sleeping?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
We'll give it a try.
Ayo.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
You, even though the same night happens as normal, you manage to get a full night's sleep and maintain a long rest. But yes, you pop out of bed, Mavis. You pop out of bed as well with a 13.
Oh.
What? What happened?
We need to go to the manor.
I need to open the manor to get them back. Yes, I remember. Why are you reminding me?
There's something I have to do. We have to go to the manor.
Well, what, right now?
Well, do you have anything else planned for this morning?
I was gonna sleep a little bit longer, but we can go now if you want.
You can sleep in the manor. It'll help.
Okay,
I throw the blankets off,
Sure.
get all my effects, and then I go back to the same place that we went before to, I guess, open the door.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, let me know when the door exactly opens, because I have a question when it does.
Okay. Well, you two would be up for a while before it would.
While I'm carving 10 minutes
I would
here.
be.
Oh, I guess, sorry. Yeah, they can do their thing first.
Actually, I'd probably meditate for 4 hours in the manor time, which is 2 in that world, and then come down and sit by the door and just chill.
For the next 12 hours?
12 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you have to double the 6 that you'd be waiting for a long rest.
Well, hold on. I told them to open it at the crack of dawn.
You
So they
did.
would have to cut their long rest a little bit short.
Yeah.
But that's not gonna make it not a long rest.
No, you'd be fine.
Yeah.
But so yeah,
So the question is if you do.
I want to be out. I told Mavis to open it up at the crack of dawn.
so it'd be like another
Does
four
Mavis
or
wake
5
up
hours for you, Zeus.
Okay.
Well, I
So
rolled a
then
13 con save, so I think I wake up when I want to, but I don't know. You tell me just.
Yes.
If I knew, like, I remember him saying that, I just forgotten it at this moment until
Yeah.
now.
No,
So-
I'd say that with the con save, you still do. You remember to get up.
Okay. I would
Um,
probably spend 8 hours meditating if I had that time.
Okay, sure.
Um,
That's fine. For the sake of it, though, you get that time in. Eventually, you wait near the door. Gunther checks on you occasionally. Eleanor comes by with like just a glass of water for you at first, and just, is there anything that you need, or just waiting?
Yeah, I told them to open it at the crack of
Oh.
dawn, and looking out the window, I'm like, it should be about soon. So
Sounds just
Yes,
about cracking.
not that far off, if I'm not mistaken.
Would I have gotten a full rest by the time of crack of dawn?
Yeah, I still think you would.
Down there too. Waiting
Yeah.
for the cool. Okay.
Yep, that's fine. You would then,
are you waiting with me?
or at least nearby. A couple hours pass. Eventually, Mavis, you open the doorway to the manor as you hear the ding 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 above
I'm
the
gonna
door.
walk through right away.
Mavis,
Are we gonna bump?
We collide.
Mavis,
We're stuck in the event horizon.
both of you make me initiative checks, or just dexterity checks in this case.
I just imagine like as soon as I see Zeus come through, one of them comes through, and I'm just like,
Okay.
What am I rolling? A
What's
dex?
that?
Dexterity check, Zeus.
Dex
That's ass.
ability check. Normal.
Oh, let's go.
Zeus, you see the door open, and as you get up to get ready to go through, suddenly scales in your face, just like perfectly blocking you like a wall standing in front of you. As you get pushed over and stumble backwards, you don't fall over there.
Good morning. Excuse me.
Dude,
I'm assuming I come through a second later into Gar's butt.
Yes, you do. Yes.
I didn't expect you guys to come in.
Mavis,
Well,
you want to
he
give
said
him
it
the
was
key?
important. What?
I can take
Give
it.
him the key.
Is
there Sure. something
we can do for all
Oh, Zeus.
Yes, you and your husband. If you could meet me in the the study.
Do you want?
Oh, of course, we can. I'll go get him.
I'll
You
take-
see her float on.
Whoever wants it can have it.
It's like, bye. When you, I'll come and get you before we go to the Galliman's place.
Perfect.
Okay? Bye.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
Good
I don't
morning.
know.
Hey,
I am unsure. It's
Morning.
quite confusing. She'll be here if you need anything.
Bye.
you and your wife in the study.
Of course, we're both here, sir.
Yes. What is it you need?
As they both
The
float towards you.
study's over there.
He's saying he
This
wants
is-
you to go into the study.
I very
I'll
well.
meet you
sir.
there in a
Of
moment.
Of course.
Very well. Well, let's go, Gunther.
As they both just like float their way towards the study. Both of you guys make your way out of the manor. May and Zeos as Garr and Mavis. The door closes.
What's
I
this
say to
about?
them-
Mavis, I've had a brilliant idea. It just came to me,
Huh?
but I've got this plan, and I know you're tired. If you want to go back to bed, you can.
Well,
But
that's okay.
right, follow me. Okay.
Okay.
You see Gunther
Gunther.
with his hands just crossed in front of him, and Eleanor kind of like just cleaning off some of the surfaces. Yes, sir. How can I help?
Eleanor, I
Ye-
need
yes.
one of you to enter me.
I think I'm dreaming. I actually like to wake up now. I don't want to see this. Close my eyes.
Just come on.
You see Mavis, as he's closing his eyes and you
It's
close
not
your eyes, you
happening.
open them for a second. You see both Gunther and Eleanor just look at each other and look back to Garr. Why?
That's my question too.
I'm studying possession. You're a ghost.
Yes,
I
sir.
need you to enter my body and try to take control.
We've never possessed anybody before, though.
Shut- I'm asking you to do this, please.
I don't know. It doesn't
Theoretically, I
feel
should
right.
do
For the
anything
good.
you ask, huh?
Of all of mankind.
I-
Well,
Make me a persuasion check.
how hard is it to persuade the ghosts that are at our beck and call?
Uh-huh.
Fucking really hard.
Okay. You see Eleanor kind of take a step backwards as she gently kind of just softly floats.
I don't feel right about it. I can't. I can't.
Okay, I wasn't on board before either. I actually understand what he's doing now. And
So,
this is experimentation. And theoretically, we are your masters, right? So you do have to do what we say?
you see Gunther not sigh or anything, just like look over towards Eleanor. Don't worry, dear. We'll do what is necessary.
When you're ready, go inside me.
Alright, this might be stupid. You just promise me you can get out of him if you do get into him.
To be entirely honest, sir, I've never done
There's
it
a lot of
before.
room in me. I'm a lot bigger than you. There's a lot of room in there. Just
So this is I've never done this before, I must admit.
I've never been in. Well, I was slightly possessed once.
Is there anything you'd like me to do?
Just try to take control.
Very well, sir. If you insist. you can see maybe insight checks.
Fucking hates.
No, I figured so.
Yeah. As you hold your arms out,
T-pose form.
Garr, you see Gunther kind of mimic your stance as he turns around and just sort of slowly backs into you, and you feel this rush of cold through you as you feel like every portion of your body fighting. Are you actually fighting this in this moment?
Nope.
Okay. You feel it you feel it like lace into your skin, underneath your skin in an uncomfortable way, like it's getting to the nerves. You take a involuntary inhale as you look outwards, and Mavis, you see as Gar's hands return to the front of him, downward, in a pose that normally Gunther would assume, as he properly turns towards you, and you hear in Gar's voice,
Are you gonna make me say
Yeah.
it?
Oh, that's awesome.
Will there be anything else?
Oh, that's weird. Garr? Are you in there still?
Do
And
I
as-
hear? Can I?
So
am I-
Gar.
Yeah. Question: Am I hearing and seeing things?
I have to check one thing here.
It's all in the name of science.
It is.
Amen.
Use my body
Ah.
for science.
you feel Gar, as your motor functions, everything from the most minute twitch of your finger to the speaking of your voice is completely outside of your control. It is as though you are an observer through your own eyes, watching everything happening, having no say in it, but fully aware of everything that's happening. You have complete awareness, actually.
I want to try my best to raise my hand without forcing, like without trying to be like, Gunther, give me control, like
Right. Reading, one second.
without forcing him out.
You try, and there's no response.
Okay. I try thinking,
Mm-hmm.
Gunther, can you hear me?
1 second.
How much information
Interesting.
you got back there about possession?
Just one ability. and it doesn't specify on this. So I'm going to say that you don't hear any response.
Gunther, I want you to give me back control, but stay within me.
Oh my god.
Gunther,
You
give me
hear
control.
You hear no response and you feel no change. But Mavis, on the outside, you see Gar just simply waiting. After asking this, will there be anything else? A good 12 seconds pass.
I'm gonna hold up these fingers, and when you're back to you, I'm gonna see if you remember what ones I held up. Okay. How long is this for?
You hear Gunther respond, which I'll just use Gunther's voice for now. As long as I wish, sir.
Can you hear Garr in there? Is he wishing you to stop now, or?
I cannot.
Oh,
Would you like me to leave?
actually, yeah, it's really weird.
Very well,
Does
sir.
he
very
just
much
use
like-
my body and walk away? He tries to fade through the. He tries to go through the wall. And he just,
Body falls out. Yeah. Gar, in a moment, it feels like a million little strings that were wrapped across your every move get released as warmth re-enters your body, and you see the ghostly visage of Gunther just appear from outside, and you feel your breath catch as control returns to you. My apologies, sir.
no, you did great. That was
How
wonderful.
many fingers did I hold up?
Before
Oh,
you
okay.
finish asking.
All right. Very astute.
Interesting.
Okay, what
Very
did it
interesting.
feel like?
I had zero control,
Mm-hmm.
none, and I could not communicate with him.
But you
But I
clearly
was aware
saw.
of everything,
Oh,
so it's
sounds
100%
horrible.
different than what's happening with Miss May.
but is it dissimilar to when it takes control? The one time I actually saw it was when you were knocked unconscious by the Cyclops.
Was it a very different feeling
Ooh, Mavis.
than when, like, the thing attached to May tried to take over compared to when
Oh,
Gunther took over?
make me a insight check for this.
You were gonna have me do
15.
something. Oh,
Called.
I thought.
better. Let's go.
Okay. It was a different feeling. This. Ooh. I'll say that you can tell that it was a different feeling. If you're trying to identify what differences it is. Okay. I thought you asked a question, Mavis. That's why I was gonna say something there. Did you ask something?
No, I was just thinking back to the Cyclops interaction.
For anything in particular, or?
That's the only time that I've seen her lose control completely with it.
But I mean, like, are you trying to remember anything?
No,
in
I was
particular about
recalling it to Garr.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
So she lost control with the Cyclops.
And then
She lost control again too when you died, right?
Yes, she did.
Okay, and that was noticeably the same shit.
Very much
She went
so.
into beat ass mode.
In fact, the thing that you made note of, Mavis, in both instances was that she dropped her shield and took
Right.
hold of the flail with both hands.
Okay.
I've only seen it twice actually, and both times was when you were in dire straits. First time was with the Cyclops, and she dropped her shield and put both hands on the flail, and well, clearly wanted to kill it.
Are you suggesting that I'm the catalyst?
Or maybe more metaphorically, just her friends, or someone that she knows or is close to is in trouble. I don't know. I haven't
then
been
it
in dire
seems
straits
like
enough.
If we want her to not lose control, we
need to
have
be
to
better.
retire.
Um,
Oh, yes. Get better.
or be better. I don't. Something tells me we can't exactly retire yet, and I don't really plan to. This has already gotten me some notoriety, which is I need more of it. So
Right. Well, Gunther and Eleanor, thank you. I appreciate it. I know it was outside your comfort zone, but it was a
Quite so.
necessary experiment.
Well, as always,
I'm
we
glad
are
that
at
it
your
was uncomfortable
service.
for you too.
If I might make a request, though, sir,
Yes.
I would prefer not to do that to you again.
You shouldn't need to.
Thank
I
you,
prefer
sir.
to never see it happen
I
again.
prefer no one entering me either. It just...
Well, I'm glad to hear it then, sir. If there will be anything else.
haven't had breakfast. Breakfast before
Oh, yeah.
tinkering? We have
Well,
about 12 hours.
I usually just
before
go for
lunch.
bananas, but yeah. Oh well, yeah. Let's eat.
Alright.
So, you guys make your way into the kitchen to grab breakfast. Zeus and May, is there anything in particular you're doing after you exit the doorway back into the sanctuary?
We already.
I
chatted
said what
about
I
it.
was doing.
Roger that. May, did
Yeah.
you visit your bedroom at all? I don't remember if you left anything in there or okay.
In the manor?
No, in the sanctuary.
Oh.
It's not my bedroom. It's where the women sleep.
Right. Right. Yes.
I'm a woman.
The the made bed for May.
yeah, I didn't leave anything. In
yeah.
there.
Okay. Then in that case, you guys take care of that. I'll say that how long or Zeus, you would probably
I'd be gone till like noon.
okay.
And then,
We don't really
I'd
have to
basically
RP
come
that.
back at noon. What?
We
Yeah,
don't
no,
really
not
have to.
really.
Yeah. It would have. Did I give you a cost for that?
Let me. Yes. I'm pretty damn sure you did.
I thought I did.
20.
Is it 20 something gold or 30 something?
20. I think I want to say I paid it.
That would have been.
That's the session that I did not go back and rewatch for
Oh.
some dumb reason.
Okay.
So I have a literal note that says to do.
Well, for the sake of this, giving it some thought on the quality of the tattoo, the size of it.
I want to say I paid this. I don't know though.
I can't remember.
I thought you paid like a down.
Was it like
payment,
half up
deposit.
front, half?
Yeah.
That would have been a strange thing for me to do, but let's say for the sake of it, you did. So then we'll say it comes out to a total of 40 gold. You paid 20 up front. and 20 tomorrow.
Today.
Yes. You make your way there. Perrin welcomes you in. You take the couple hours afterwards. Let me make a check for
Let
this.
me whisper
Actually.
you some stuff quick.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, it comes out perfectly. It's very clear that he is good at his craft. And
Wasn't it female?
nope, Perrin was male. Mhm.
Can't remember.
Yeah. And it is now exactly what you said.
Combo with Perrin.
May, you would notice as Zeus returns from this venture.
No, hold on. Let me
Waiting.
whisper you.
Waiting. You would not notice anything, not even Zeus.
Yep,
Zeus is
I'm gone.
gone.
He's
for good
gone. Oh wait, let's switch the music as well. I have. Hold on. I did. Where'd you go? Oh no. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Okay.
I know that way.
Okay. Sure.
So that depends. Yeah, actually, she would notice something about Zeus that seems different. So.
Yes, Zeus is wearing a shirt. Remarkable, I know. You notice as Zeus. Yeah, you can describe it actually.
Yeah, so you would just see as Zeus is walking up to you, one thing that you've seen before, which is his cloak that he has on, but he also has a shirt on as well. And the only reason you can notice that is there's a slight difference in the collar and everything. Otherwise, he has the cloak kind of done up a bit.
Yep.
So you really want to impress this Galliman fellow, I assume?
I figured I would at least fully dress myself.
I don't have anything else besides this.
These are, even though they've gone through a lot, the only clothes I have, because all the rest are back and ran. So I don't really have anything else to change into.
Same. Should I go buy something?
If you could from here, but I was thinking about getting something from Nidon. I figured that might be more interesting, and they might have more stuff, but I could be crazy too.
Nidon has some pretty good tailors, actually.
So, I was planning on picking up something new from there, so I was holding out for a bit.
We should
much
do it
as I-
together.
Sure. I was thinking of like maybe white instead of this purple, but with purple
I
accents.
don't know if
instead of
you'll get
purple
white
and
in Nidon. Nidon's very colorful.
gold. I really like the color white though.
Josh, did we say
Anyways.
that I knew a tailor
In
in Nidon?
I would say it makes sense, especially
Okay.
given that it's, yeah.
That's all. Then when we go, I'll take you with me. I was planning on buying something anyway. We should open the door for them.
Yes. We should
See
get
if
them
they're
here so we
okay.
can. Why wouldn't they? Fair enough. Anyways,
It was
So-
so
pull out the key.
weird.
You guys open the door. You see Joran kind of just approaching from the shared bedrooms as well.
Where's everyone else?
We're
Oh, were you just getting ready
I'm
to-
now.
thinking about how a cloak works now.
In what regard?
I'm opening the door, so I'm taking my hand out and everything.
Okay, sure. So, but yeah, Joran kind of just stands off to the side as he
let me
notices
just
you
quickly-
guys.
I would just talk to him.
Okay, yeah.
Just
He
niceties.
didn't see anything from the day prior. So he would mainly just be reiterating his gratitude for the group's acceptance of him as usual.
I just kind of keep reassuring him
Yeah.
of the thing he's already assured of.
I like it. Sorry, okay. So you take the 10 minutes, open the door, and Garr and Mavis, you make your way out. I assume at least.
We're tinkering, right?
We were gonna be tinkering for a
Oh,
sec.
then
we figured
what are you working on then?
12 hours. Yeah. What's this?
You wouldn't have been in there for 12 hours.
No. Well, okay. What did
Only
we
4
heard
hours.
that the dinner was, or the lunch was happening, right?
Yes.
We had heard about that.
Zeus shared that with everyone.
Yeah, it would be.
Because it took you a
Like
couple
10.
hours, Zeus.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
They'd
4 hours
be
for
in
you,
there
so.
for a while. Like,
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I expect we're going to that dinner, so I don't expect to be in here for 12 hours. Just until they open up the door again. But we can tinker until then. It's a grapple arm for you. So it's much larger,
yeah.
and instead of being made with rope, it's also made with metal. So, and it's got like the way that it collapses together to still be able to extend, and it goes 30 feet instead of 20.
did we already make rolls for this, Mavis?
Is it scaled?
No,
We didn't.
we did not.
In that case, make me a Tinker Tools check with advantage.
I'm
Okay.
definitely helping on this because we were
Yeah,
working
that's-
on it together.
Yes,
That'll be the
sir.
advantage for sure.
Okay, tinker check. With advantage, using what stat?
Dexterity.
Dexterity.
Yeah, dexterity. And then another one with intelligence.
Okay. No, sorry. That was it. Ignore it.
Yep, not even there. Also with advantage. Okay.
Okay.
The design is pretty flawless.
Nice.
It expanding the vision for what you use on your day-to-day to somebody appropriate of Gar's size. It came together really well over the course of the next few hours. No, you have enough time in the manor. I'll say it takes all of the time that you have in the manor, but you manage to be able to at least finish a first prototype.
All right.
All
right.
Something that looks functional. Should go the distance, but
Yeah.
there will be
Try it
200
on
rolls
me.
for this.
Oh, all right.
Pull me to you.
Where are we doing this at?
Probably.
Who?
Gar's room?
Let's say Gar's room, and he'll have to keep running back to his room to
Yeah,
craft
he
some
would.
things, and then run back.
Oh, hey Garr.
Uh,
As you enter your room, make me a perception check.
I'd
Yeah.
hang back a bit. I would hang back a bit.
Mavis waits outside as you enter because as soon as you enter, you get the pungent, immediate smell of rotten potatoes from somewhere in the room.
Doesn't smell as bad as rotten fish, so
Yeah. It is strong though. It's been in here for a little while.
I'm standing outside to see his reaction to it before stepping in.
to be clear, it's been 2 to 3 weeks since I've been in the manor
Yes, but this was done much more recently.
in my room. Okay.
Oh no, wait, it hasn't been that long. You came in here when you instructed the addition to your room underneath the rug.
Yeah, but I didn't like go in the room.
Oh really?
No,
I didn't think.
Okay. Well, either way,
it's been recent.
it's been recent.
Okay.
I thought you showed Eleanor it though.
I thought so, but either way, that doesn't really matter.
Did I? Did I? Oh, maybe
Yeah.
I did.
No
Yeah.
biggie.
That's okay.
You
though.
smell rotten potato.
You do.
Well played. Well played.
Everything good in there?
It's delightful. Would you like to come in so we can get to work?
Oh, it's gonna backfire.
Maybe your room would be better suited for this, since mine stinks of rotten potatoes.
Yeah. Let's maybe just work in the study for now, and I'll make some stuff and bring it
No
down
more
here.
secrets, remember, Mavis. Your room.
You do need to know how to forge.
I do.
Okay.
Okay.
I wait for Mavis to turn around and I go,
The happy wiggle.
Yeah.
This is like the equivalent of like Mavis coming out of the closet, but bringing someone into his closet. Mavis is finally bringing someone into his room.
this is the equivalent
Oh,
of
Benny's dog is
Zeus
still there.
learning how magic was created.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gar, you can go ahead and
that
make your way
scale.
towards his room.
Wait.
I'm locked in.
I unlocked it. You get
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
The stinky room.
The stinky.
The stinky room.
There's a wall in the way.
All right. Now, follow my movements exactly as we walk in.
Mhm.
He
You
kind of steps
Don't
over
see you, friend.
that first one there. You put yourself
It's the
directly on me.
massive dong on your bed.
Yeah, I can't get rid of that thing. I've tried to.
You see Mavis step just inside the door
Yeah.
frame and shimmy to the right.
So,
Yeah. He doesn't
Right.
step
Mhm.
immediately on that first section there.
what's-
Okay. Then over here, and then look away.
I can't see you.
You can't see.
Wait,
What?
you can't see me?
You
I
can't see.
can't see you.
Oh,
Oh,
really?
you're right in front of you.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Try refreshing.
Sure. Refresh.
You're definitely both in the room.
Yeah. Can you? Oh,
Oh.
yes. Yes, I can see that.
Aha. Right.
All right.
All right. Now, look away for a second.
Mavis.
Just 1 second. It's a password to enter a door. Okay.
You see, he would probably be able to at least see it,
All
right?
Yeah.
You would see a mechanism on the front of this door containing 5 characters that appear to be on some sort of wheel, almost like you would have on some sort of number lock.
Characters that are letters or
Mhm.
numbers.
Common letters.
or
Yeah.
Common letters.
Above it is
And there's 5.
you have
There's
rotated.
Yeah. I turned around.
Oh. Oh, that's awesome. But no, above it is a question of what do I value most? And then you'll hear him kind of shimmy things around until it opens up.
Mavis,
Yes.
can I try to guess the answer?
Okay.
Shut the door.
What happens if I get it wrong? Please?
Go ahead and guess.
I try to make the word Mavis.
As you roll each of these to spell out the word Mavis, I'm assuming there's some sort of button or lever or mechanism.
It just goes.
Yep, you are let down through a trapdoor as you fall onto the kitchen counter beneath, and you see Eleanor in front of you as you land on a pile of flour that just poofs into the entire room.
Open up the door, peer down.
Did
Hello.
you get it?
Is everything all right?
Oh, yep. Everything.
Oh,
It's fine.
I'll clean this up. Don't worry. That was a big fall, though.
She looks up towards you, Mavis.
Hi,
How
Master
much fall
Mavis.
damage did I
And if
take?
only you had a
Roll one.
get back up here.
I'll
That'd be wonderful.
4 points of bludgeoning damage as you fall
Shit.
on your ass.
I'm not worthy.
Don't worry. These are very strong counters and everything, so it should be perfectly fine. I'll just clean this up.
She starts brushing everything off onto the floor for it to be absorbed. You make your way back upstairs with the trapdoor reset and Mavis standing in the doorway.
We can enter now.
Right. Was it truth?
Close.
I walk in.
Okay.
Wait, are there any more traps that I need to be wary of?
No, not in here. That's the last of it.
What was behind that other closed door?
That's my bathroom.
Oh.
We go in there?
Inside check.
Sure, insight check.
Oh shit!
What are you, Tina? Oh, I mean, yeah, you can tell he's telling the truth.
Yeah, okay.
He has nothing to hide.
Alright.
So,
That's a
ta-da! This is
lot of scrap metal you have.
I know. Yep,
You
we're going to be using some of it today.
You see a pile of it. You see a lit forge currently with this just roaring flame that's just ever glowing inside. That offers a really nice orange glow to the otherwise gray color that you see around you. Off to the back, you see a workbench with tools and schematics strewn about, a stool kind of shoved a little bit under the desk, and a chair with, or rather an open toolbox with tools sitting inside of it.
Bit warm in here.
I know. You get used to it eventually.
Is there like an air vent at least for smoke and stuff to release from?
As
Right
you
there.
say that, you look up and you see a window that's higher than the rest of the windows in the manor. It probably is about 3 feet higher than where most of them are placed. That seems to be perpetually slightly cracked open.
Can he see through it?
Probably.
What do I see?
I wonder if he would recognize it.
Can you message me what it was again?
Yeah.
History check.
Yeah, he might have to make a history check. I think I know, but I don't remember.
If you don't know.
Oh yeah, you couldn't even make me a history check for this one.
Perfect. I fail these hardly ever. So
Exactly. Oh,
Oh wow.
you do recognize this. You've been here once. You see a view of a small town, forges, buildings, a mountain range off to the left side, and you recognize this immediately from the day that you brought Zook his special package with a teacup inside that was the perfect receptacle for the potion that he was making. As you exit the shop, it's the view of Stoneworth with the well in the center of town and the rocky terrain.
I see we're all a bit nostalgic for home.
Oh, that?
I clear some papers off the table.
So this is what we're working with.
Very nice.
So then,
We'd
for
be
the sake
tinkering
of
that for
that-
the next while.
yeah, which you already rolled for.
Yeah.
A number of hours pass where, Garr, you have a functioning so I'll say it functions. However, it at the moment is something new that you haven't used before. So if you are to use a weapon in the same hand or a shield in the same hand, you'll lose proficiency with it.
Well,
If you're wearing the attached grappler at the same time.
You lose proficiency with the grappler or with the weapon?
With the weapon
Or
/
shield?
shield. Yes.
Oh shit.
ooh. So like
Alright.
if I were to make
So
a
you
weapon
can-
attack while wielding it, with
You just
the-
wouldn't add proficiency bonus because
Okay.
you're it's taking up a lot of real estate on your arm. It's bulkier
Yeah.
than what Mavis uses. It extends further and it uses more hardy hardware.
Mm. How heavy is it?
Probably about 10 pounds, 5 pounds.
I think
It's
10
fairly
pounds at
heavy.
most.
Yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't be more than 10 for sure.
Add.
And for the
And
sake of
I'll
it, I'll just
test
say
it
it takes
on
a
Mavis.
okay.
All right.
Make me a ranged attack roll. Yeah, ranged attack roll with, I guess this would be Dex. You couldn't really make a grapple arm check with strength here, so
And I'm not proficient with this thing, right?
not yet. No. This is your first time
so
using it.
it's roll 1d20 plus 1.
Okay.
I believe that hit.
Mavis.
Mavis?
Pretty sure.
Yeah, that is.
Hey, all right. As you take a few steps back, put your arm out and try and just aim perfectly at Mavis, you as the grapple arm grabs just around the upper
Big
half of
smile.
your torso, and you see a smile as he gets pulled towards you.
Then I can just free to bonk you.
That usually is the plan. Don't do it. Let me go.
Break free.
I push a button.
No cheating. We have to get better.
What'd you say to me?
No cheating. We have to get better.
Mm.
Break free from the grapple.
Fair.
I click the BattleBot button.
Wait a minute.
As suddenly
I just explode the grapple arm.
the grapple arm as the BattleBot closes around Mavis and just forces. I'll say, Mavis, make me a athletics check with advantage using the BattleBot stats.
Oh, so it's, I think it's like +1.
Garr, go ahead and make
so great for this.
me.
Oh, it's +2.
It would still be an athletics check. So go ahead and make me an athletics check.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's awesome.
The BattleBot
Beautiful.
closes around. I'll say it pushes the claw outward, but Garr has a firm ass grip on this to the point where it is, yeah, exactly. To the point where it's actually digging into the wood of the barrel, not compromising it, but he still has a firm hold on you at the moment.
Oh, bet.
However tenuous.
Copy that. Let me look through what shit I got. Paired. Sorry.
You're good.
Do you just have a boxing glove that pushes instead of grapples?
I actually had planned to do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have anything like that would work, but I'll just try to pry
Sure.
the claws off.
You can do this twice. You can do this
Right.
twice with your extra attacks. So go ahead and make me 2. These wouldn't be with advantage at this point because
Athletic.
athletics, yes. And Garr, make me 2 as well.
Oh,
shit.
Not bad. Oh shit. Why are you
Ah.
fucking rolling 19?
So you take
I was
your
rolling 8s earlier.
you take your left hand, Mavis, and try to pry as you see this force of strength of will between you two as Garr keeps a firm grasp. And you take your right hand and add to it as you pull. You hear a snap. It's probably not good, but it still
We'll
looks
fix that later.
intact as you pry the hand off of you, and Garr, it retracts to its proper form, but it feels like
Effective.
something's off.
Quite effective.
Worked quite well.
How'd it
I
feel?
need to use it some more. It's a bit awkward and clunky. We might need to sleek up the design a bit, as well as, well, I just need to practice with it.
We'll think on
Get
it.
better with it.
Indeed.
I
Ding,
then
ding, 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 ding. You hear the
shriek
front.
the BattleBot.
You hear the bell at the front of the door ring.
I go running out. Not remembering.
Yep. As you
Oh,
step
no.
as you step just in front of the door, you hear this snapping sound as you just barely catch a rope on the right side of the door, almost like a
It's
monofilament
above.
line snap. And above, you find. I have to check.
Oh my
Check this. I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw. As you look up and you see a net very quickly collapsing towards you, and you just barely don't manage to react in time.
Hey.
As-
Don't manage. We worded that.
This,
I know, right?
I know.
Give me an aneurysm.
You see 4 nails pin the net into the ground, kind of strapping you to the ground with this net over your body.
I'm a Stuckosaurus.
God, I love that video.
It's so good.
So, that's why I advise you to not step there.
Right.
I get just a little crowbar and I start prying up all the
Sure.
things.
Doesn't
that pin
take
it
very
down.
long.
They hear a bunch of commotion downstairs as they enter the manor.
Do you guys walk into the manor or just open the door for
I-
them?
I would probably look at Mayhem like, how long should we wait?
You can go
I mean-
check.
I mean, they should, like, if they don't come out within 5 minutes or so, I'll go see.
I
Much
gotta
less than
wind
5
it back
minutes
up
pass.
again. Damn it.
Yeah,
Garr.
because that's double for them.
Yeah, so they have 10
Yeah,
minutes.
Well,
I can help. I'm good at handling nets.
Maybe,
Oh, yeah.
maybe later. For now, let's get back.
Right.
So you guys make your way out the front door, back into the city of Credina, into the sanctuary, with all 4 of you and Joran reunited. A little bit past the hour of noon. What are y'all doing?
Head into the Gallimans.
All right.
It's lunchtime. Look at my shiny new arm.
You guys see this contraption on Gar's arm, an interconnected bits of wood mixed with metal, a sort of wound up chain that looks like it has a claw on the end.
And
Turning into Mavis there.
It looks impressive.
MSGX is written on the side.
MSGX.
Mavis
Mavis
Shems
Jazz
Gar's
and-
Rat.
It took y'all that long.
I forgot my last name, so yeah.
I was concerned for a second.
It's right in front of me, and I missed it.
It makes sense. Also,
It's,
you two would notice that Zeus is fully clothed.
He has a shirt on.
Are you feeling okay?
You feeling?
Yes?
You got a cold or something?
Cold? No.
I
Oh.
Actually, fairly warm.
Like,
He's
sure you're
dressed
warmer than
up for
usual.
the Gallimans, so-
Oh, that makes sense.
Yes, I put a shirt on. I figured it would be nice to be fully clothed for going to the Gallimans.
I mean, he's seen you half naked and drunk. I don't think that
He was
his
more drunk
opinion
than
of
me.
you is going to change whether you're wearing a shirt or not.
It's.
I think it's just to be-
I was wearing my cloak
It's still half
in
naked.
Cardina.
You were, yes.
I wasn't wearing a
cloak.
shirt, but I was wearing a cloak.
True, you were. Yes.
But he did
Mhm.
see me yesterday shirtless, so.
Yeah. I'll say that all of you guys do notice a piece of cloth wrapped around. Is it your right or left?
Right forearm. It'd
Right
be
forearm.
Exactly right here.
Okay, yeah.
Did you get hurt?
What?
And you notice it as well, May.
Does it
Zeus?
look like an
What?
injury?
There's a bit of redness around.
Oh, there wouldn't be-
Covered, so
Would there
like, is
not?
the cloth.
There wouldn't be any blood.
No, not
There wouldn't
blood. Redness around the skin where I'm
What's
picturing it
the
like
I mean, so the way that I'm describing it is like the cloth is covering the whole thing, so they probably wouldn't see anything.
okay. So yeah, you would not red in terms of blood, but
Yeah.
it
The
he looks
skin?
fine.
Anything?
Yeah.
Yeah. He looks fine.
Did you injure yourself, or is that fashion as well?
It's a cloth wrapped
But
around
yes,
my arm.
I
It's fine. Shall we?
I'm gonna-
Yeah. I just gotta stop somewhere real quick and then I'll be ready. Be off in 5.
Okay.
So we'll meet you there then. You know where you're going?
No. Where is it?
Well, just we'll wait by the cart.
Okay, perfect.
Well, okay. Well, yeah. Here then.
All right. Mavis is
May.
gone for like 5 minutes while Garr.
are
Yeah,
you okay, May?
I'm good. Thank you.
Inside check.
Sure. Give me an insight check.
Perfect.
May, roll to me.
Just let you know I'm not rolling 8s anymore.
It's like a 4, isn't it?
It's a 7.
But technically, you did roll a 4, making it a 7. However,
Oh shit!
Every time.
Every time.
so you take a second to really analyze your friend May here, see if there's anything that she could be. Oh yeah, even Zeus notices. Yeah.
He's not a good liar.
Yeah, he rolled a 5.
Take that back.
Yeah.
I thought I wasn't gonna see it.
Nope.
I could. It
You-
was that bad. Holy shit!
You both notice that she is definitely
I would have had to roll in that
suppressing
one.
something deeper.
I understand if you don't want to speak about it now, but we shouldn't postpone the conversation for too long.
There's really nothing to be said, so I'm gonna go prepare the cart.
Sure. Well,
Right.
I'll come with. I want to inform you all what I tested this morning while I was in such a rush to get inside the manor.
Are we taking the cart there?
I assume so. How else are we all gonna get there?
I walk. But yeah, I suppose we can take the cart.
Was there no stables?
I've never been there, so I don't know.
I'd imagine they'd have their own personal stables. It's the royal estate, after all.
This is my first time here, like you guys, so I mean, we can take it.
Most private homes have stables, I thought, so. Should be fine.
Josh. Is that a yes?
Make me history
I'm
check.
saying that as
I mean,
May,
yeah, that's.
so.
I didn't think that was more a question. That's May's pondering. So.
May's pondering. Yeah, but would I guess every city's probably different. I'm trying to think if Rand would be like that. That's more so what I'm wondering.
Go
lot
ahead.
of
And,
the-
Well, I mean, you wouldn't even need to make me a history check for
Yeah,
Rand. Then.
that's what I'm
Um,
wondering. Probably.
it would depend on the class. I mean, it's not like every noble
Yeah.
home had one. If it was higher
But a
class, they
fair
would.
amount.
Yeah.
But some people like them, yeah, definitely would.
Yeah, there was a difference between nobility and royalty as well. So.
I'm
Yeah.
just gonna go do that.
Yeah, probably. I mean, why not?
Oh, come with.
Mavis returns
I-
pretty quickly.
So what were you saying?
This morning, I went into the manor, and I had this great plan to test things because, May, I want to help you figure this out and get it sorted.
I'm like halfway down the hallway.
May,
As you guys make your way out, and Joran
I
catches
look at
up
my
as well.
grapple hook and
We'll fix it
Are we,
later.
are you preparing to head out then?
We're heading to the
we're-
Gallimans.
Going to a lunch
Yes.
first.
Oh, yes, you mentioned that last night. Very well.
Yes.
You
Then I
can
shall
come
join.
with us. You're one of
Yes.
us now.
Then I would be happy to. I'm ready to leave whenever. Oh, yes. I don't even know to what you are referring.
Right.
He winks at you
He's
very
okay.
obviously, but
So this morning, I had Gunther enter me, and
What?
It's true. I watched the whole thing.
Oh,
I'm
what?
walking.
surprisingly,
walking.
it was
Jordan
very easy
stops
for him
walking and just sort of stares ahead.
As he continues, I'm going out the doors.
We're keeping pace.
Zeus would just stop for a second and be like, what?
Nope.
Surprisingly, it was very easy for him to dominate me. And I couldn't move.
We don't really need to be aware of your personal etiquette.
No,
Please.
he possessed me.
Garr, please.
I've heard that some people refer to it as that, but
He
really,
took over his body.
We don't need this
I
story.
understand.
spirit.
I really just don't need the details.
No, like a spiritual
spirit?
possession.
He legitimately took control of Gar's mind and body.
Oh.
Oh.
For science.
For science.
Yes.
Okay.
Why?
Well, to
science.
test theories. I don't believe you're possessed, man.
Those are weird theories.
Okay.
So this is something else entirely. And from what I read, and I pull out the piece of paper, or unless Mavis still has it.
But
I don't think I do.
I think you just showed him, so you would have it.
Okay. From what I read last night, a possession, the host is completely unable to control their body or mind at all. They can see and hear. They can take in their surroundings, but they have no function.
So good
However-
to know.
so is it?
Right. However, you only at certain times lose full control. Yes.
Who knows? Maybe I'm being possessed right now. As I go and strap up the carriage.
Okay.
Garr, I have an idea off this.
She seems off today,
Well, she doesn't want to talk about it.
and it needs to be talked about.
While she's preparing the
Give her
carriage,
some time, Garr. It's
I'd walk up.
What if we don't have time,
Okay.
Zeus? What if we go to the Gallimans and it's a trap because Athenor got to them?
Zeus is just gonna walk off.
Okay.
And leave you.
Everybody just walks off.
And Mavis.
We're really good at solving our problems.
Yeah. Mavis approaches as well. May,
Just
as you're strapping everything down.
really aggressively.
Oh yeah, no, it is strapped.
I left this in your room.
What? You were in my room?
I left this in your quarters just because I don't know how to give gifts. But here.
And I hand a completed toy that looks in your image.
A miniature of you, very similar, identical in terms of the composition and style as the one for Garr, Laren, Zeos, Genmer, and Nessa.
I know it's all weird things that I don't fully understand, but I trust you. Just thought you should know.
Thanks. I suppose it makes one of us.
I've seen the care you have for those that I care for too. I value that. And if things get out of hand, I'll make a box to trap you. And then we'll get it sorted out afterwards.
Thanks.
Goodbye.
Okay.
Mavis. Thank you.
I nod.
Aggressively tying this carriage up.
Oh yeah. No, it's triple tied,
Says
quadruple
awkwardly
tied. It
hops
ain't
in
going
the
nowhere.
back.
I'm probably like adjusting the saddles, and even like Zhao and Fenge are like, what the heck?
Yeah.
Kind of like just getting rowdy.
There's a couple times where Fenge kind of does the thing where he just like turns his head completely and looks back at you, like meeting your gaze.
And
But then
I'm
just turns forward.
Not meeting his.
Yeah.
So.
As I finally approach the cart, you hear Garr just muttering to himself, semi annoyed. And he's just like, well, if everybody wants to walk off, just like, I know a few short beards you could walk off.
Take a long walk up a short
You see Joran approach from after pausing in his footsteps as approaching from the sanctuary.
Nobody will have to enter me, correct?
Gunther said he never wanted to do it
Worried
again,
about
so
being possessed as well.
I'd rather not.
Right, no. Then no. Also,
Perfect.
Gunther can't even come to this plane, so you're fine.
Phrasing.
Wonderful. In that case,
And he tries to like mount up on the carriage, pulls himself up with his good hand, and all of you make all of you make your way back onto the main thoroughfare of Credina, surrounded by once again the multi-tiered city, a mountain backdrop to the east. Sun would be setting a little more towards the west, where the gates to Credina are, and then.
Dude.
Well, no, I mean it's crossed its halfway point. It's not actually setting. It's crossed the halfway point. So
I know what you're
Okay.
saying.
yeah,
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
exactly.
The
Now
way
you got
know
you
what you're
really
stepping in.
phrased it made it sound like it was night.
Yeah,
It's
no,
sitting
that's
to the
not what I
west.
meant.
I'm like, wait, it's noon.
Now I'm thinking about that. Ew.
So, aye, Mavis. Takes you guys the better part of 5 to 10 minutes riding
Oh,
through
man, I
this
can get
town.
so far in the
I
book in
know
that
it's
time.
kind of ridiculous. You're basically
Yeah.
done.
Let's go.
You pass through the main town square where you saw the local theater being put on the day before with the actually the rest of you guys didn't really see the play. Mavis, you remember the play though.
How could I forget?
Oh yes, it was truly wonderful, top-notch
Awesome.
acting. You make your way a little further up to the second level of Credina that's contains a natural stone retention wall with a zigzagging, beautiful cobblestone pattern road that kind of travels its way up into the second tier of the city. You make your way further north in the city where a beautiful manor, gorgeous Gaelic architecture, two massive banners on the front of it with green and white. Actually, they're green banners with white trim and the symbol of two hands in the middle of a handshake on the front of him. You've come to know as the symbol of the Gallimans. As you make your way up towards the front, a beautiful courtyard garden area that you pass through with a fountain in the center of it, beautiful double doors up towards the front, windows lining the front of the house, a fence on the right and left sides that probably lead to a back area. You can see off to the left, actually, now that you're here, a local stables. Given that this is a royal family, they have plenty of room here. One of the guards steps forward wearing the same green and white colors as you guys approach. Welcome to the Galliman estate. Do you have an appointment?
Yes. Kilian, and I pull out a note, requested lunch with us.
Reaches out and grabs a note. All right, you're free to enter. Do you need lodging for your horses?
Stables, yes.
Very well. If you'll hand them to us, you may enter the estate whenever you are prepared. You see one of the guards up towards the door open the door for you guys and like step off to the side.
Start walking up.
I just kind of put a hand on Fenge's neck before letting it slide off, but that's it. I don't even look at him.
Okay. 1 second. I'm writing something down.
Fenge will remember that.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
I mean, like, I thought we were like chilling right now.
Just an idea in the moment. Anyways, you guys make your way towards the front door, which travels up a few steps onto this sort of semi-porch, I guess, made of concrete or stone, carved stone rather. As you step inside, you enter a beautiful foyer that has doors off to the right and left, 3 doors to the left, 3 doors to the right, a beautiful red rug. It's actually not all too dissimilar from the Midway Manor, although it does have some key differences. This appears much more lived over many years and by many people, whereas the Midway Manor almost had this feeling of vacancy. This has a feeling very much of activity. You see servants making their ways through different doorways, as you see a maid off in the corner with around this like very beautiful wooden cabinet with a vase on the front as she's just dusting it off. You can see further in there's a double staircase that leads up to an overlook above, with a beautiful chandelier above with candles hanging on it. And you see a proper-looking gentleman, a little older, probably late 50s, approaching early 60s. Salt and pepper hair, nice suit and like tucks on. As he approaches you all, welcome to the Midway, not the Midway Manor.
We're back! Shit!
Joke's on you.
So let's
really
live.
small.
That's what he wanted to tell us.
As he approaches you, welcome to the Galliman estate. Do you need me to retrieve Kilian Galliman for you now? I've heard of your appointment.
That would be wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be good.
Is he aware of the meaning of this appointment?
I would
I'm not
assume
aware of the
so.
meaning
He
of
invited us.
Oh, very well. In that case, I shall return shortly.
I guess it's to eat.
He
That's my
brushes,
assumption.
just like brushes his tux off. He wanders off upstairs for a few minutes,
I feel like Kilian would have told us everything, but whatever.
and a few minutes pass as you hear 2 sets of footsteps walking from above, as this older gentleman and Kilian begin walking down one of the double staircases with their hand on the railing. You can see Kilian a little bit of just like spring in his step as usual, this warm smile on his face. Welcome. I'm so glad you all could join. It's good to see you all again. If I'm not mistaken, Zeus Balrus, hold on, Garr Zorash, Mavis Shems, and May Merivaldi, and there was another as well. My memory never fails me.
She's shrunk now. This is Joran. You changed her name as well.
I see you've not
Joran
lost
Merrick.
your wit. Joran,
Never plan to.
Reputable.
yes,
Rabadibble.
Joran Rabadibble. You see him just take a couple steps forward. You're new. Well, as long as they welcome you here, you are welcome among us.
Oh, this is all very new for me, but I heard that there was lunch. I suppose I'm just here to watch.
That's
He is
quite
a
all right.
valued and trusted friend.
Very well. In that case, if you all follow me. He turns towards an entrance off to the left side of the room where you can see an opening into a beautiful, large dining room, a long 20-foot table with placings, or place settings rather, amidst probably a good dozen and a half chairs that line this. Kilian makes his way to one end where there's a beautiful fireplace currently unlit with a bunch of different like vases and plates and beautiful assortment of, what's the word I'm looking for? Not paraphernalia, but something along those lines.
Tchotchkes.
Yes,
There you go.
tchotchkes. Beautiful tchotchkes in here. And Kilian pulls a seat out at the end of the table. Along the way, pulling out one for each member of the party. Please sit. The lunch will be in shortly.
Do they have a high chair?
Did Zeos mumble that out loud about Kilian? He would have expected Kilian to inform his servants.
I assume you did.
I
Yeah.
Was
assumed-
that just
Probably.
you like saying
You said yeah.
Yeah, I'd say he probably mumbled that if you heard that.
Yeah,
or not.
probably.
okay. Harkening to that, Garr would speak up. Sir Kilian,
Yes,
why were your servants unaware of our arrival?
they should have been. They were
Or
expecting
at least
someone, at the very least.
Meaning behind. It
Oh.
seemed as if they were caught off guard.
Oh, no, I don't have much time to explain the specifics. I don't give that much detail. I simply say if I'm expecting someone. They normally get me then, and I'm the one that knows the specifics of who I will be meeting.
Fair
My
enough.
apologies if they cause you any trouble.
No, they didn't.
On the
They
note of
just-
the purpose of this meeting, what is the purpose of this meeting other than just eating?
Well, it's a fantastic question. But first,
Thank you.
he gestures over to somebody in the corner who gives a bow as they wander off to, as you can just barely catch glimpses of a kitchen as they open the door. Well, I have heard of your exploits ever since I met you. To be fair, not any of them before the time that I met you, but ever since then, you've been, well, remarkable. We have town criers throughout much of Ador. The Galliman family makes a point to be up to date on the goings on, whether a large city, a metropolis, or a simple, small farming town, in order to gain a greater understanding of the affairs of Ador. And it seems that wherever you go, you have a habit of making darkness flee. It's very curious, and you're quite muted.
We do our best.
Well, I heard from Master Zeos here as he begins talking, and you see several servants appear from this kitchen area carrying an assortment of plating as they pull like
None of them
these...
are gonna know how to eat.
as they pull this I don't even know the term right now. My brain's just dying on it, but a lid off of this assortment of food that you see some sort of very wonderful smelling soup in front of you, probably chicken base, from what you can tell, with an assortment of vegetables and noodles in it. Quite different in style from what you're used to, May, from the Yuji Gao. It's a more hearty soup rather than like the sweeter ones that you're used to.
I want to pay close attention to all the servants that came in.
Sure, maybe an
Any
insight
of
check.
them, yeah, paying like close attention, looking shady.
Sure, yeah, go ahead and make me an insight check.
Did I ever ask this bitch if he tired of Ceasel's light?
We did.
We did,
It
okay.
was,
Did,
like,
yes.
the first thing we asked him.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
We haven't asked him since, so we don't know.
It's true. You just trying to get a feel for the servants and the vibe of the place. Everything seems very well oiled. In terms of there's a system to everything, but whenever anybody approaches Kilian, whether they were setting down a meal in front of him, the one thing that you're able to assess is that they don't approach with fear.
And I don't notice any of them paying specific attention to any of us.
Would they? No, this is a royal estate. You don't notice anything. They seem very in and out to do what they were told to, and then back to their posts. Well, don't let me stop you, but allow me to explain myself. I was speaking with Master Zeos yesterday, before returning to my manor, and, well, our manor, and I heard that all of you are going to the city of Nidon, city of coin.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, to be honest, that's not entirely the purpose of my bringing you here, but simply an ancillary fact. The city of Nidon is dangerous. Only insofar as, well, all walks of life can be found there. Yes, and because of this, you find, well, anybody willing to steal the life of another, whether it be in terms of coin, possessions, or life as a whole. I simply suggest that while you're there, you watch yourself. Many people that visit Nidon for the first time are caught off guard by its stark contrast to most other cities within Ador.
This seems like it's public knowledge. We've heard.
Yes, it is. Quite.
Is there some specific
This
thing?
is something that one would assume we would already know. Why make it a point to call us here to say it? Have you heard something? Do you know?
He gives you a smile as you're talking. Very observant. Yes, this is not the purpose of my bringing you here, simply an additional fact. Sigmund, as he gestures towards the main door, and you see the same older gentleman from before enter and stand next to Kilian. An update on the realm, please. And you see Sigmund kind of look out towards all of you with this pause for a moment. And then, well, sir, the High Stocks continue to gain complete control of... my DM brain is actually dying right now. Hold on. Complete and utter control of Nidon as well as Zuro. Nidon each day as he looks towards each of you guys and then looks towards Kilian. It's all right, Sigmund. You can speak freely.
It's all right, Sigmund.
It's quite all right. Each day, Nidon teeters upon the brink of becoming a tyranny. As usual, sir, we are keeping an eye on this and its endeavors. The Gritfords, Boris Gritford, during the last Circle of Eight meeting, but nothing seems to have changed. Trigate in its entirety seems well established and stable. The Linzors are ever evasive and recluse. However, they seem as though Rand is being run quite regularly and nothing out of the ordinary to report. During the last...
Nothing at all in Rand. Not in the last 6-7 months.
Is there something that should be reported, Zeos? Did we miss something?
No, just it's my home city.
Insight check. I
Sure.
want to see if Killian's asking in more of a knowing manner.
Inciting me?
Sure.
No,
No.
I'm wondering if Killian's asking like he knows something, but he wants to see how much Zeos knows about it first.
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead and make me an insight check.
Yeah, so all I'd say was no, nothing in particular, just it's my hometown, so I'm mostly intrigued.
Oh.
Maybe-
And you
Maybe
you can't
news,
tell.
anything.
Gar.
So if there's anything interesting, I would love to hear about it, but I don't want to take away from all the rest.
Sigmund, is there something other than a broad overview that we should know about? Well, sir, he reaches into a pocket within the vest and begins flipping through pieces of paper. I suppose there is something, though it's not dealing with royalty. The nobility, one of the families, lost one of their children, and he's not been seen in several months. Ah, is this which family? The Balrus family, sir. And then you see Kilian kind of look towards you, Zeos.
Let's give him a smirk.
Yeah. Thank you, Sigmund. You may continue. Well, during the last Circle of Eight meeting, Gillian Reedfellow of Harmony expressed ongoing investigations into disappearances within the city as of late, though no leads have been found and we are unsure as to the specifics. Intriguing.
Gillian Reed?
Gillian Reedfellow.
Reedy fellow.
How do you spell that name? I don't think I know this name.
I'm assuming.
First time I've heard it.
Yep, you got that. But other than that, Harmony's nothing to report. Nothing to report, sir. Very well. Well, along with that, in the last meeting, Caladan Jarthraxen of Deristrix expressed rising tension between Deristrix and Tagavif. Apparently, it's something that is under control, according to Caladan for the time being, although I would recommend that we continue to be cautious and observant.
What exactly of Tagavif? Did you hear?
Go ahead, Sigmund. The specifics were null, sir. He was quite secretive of what specifically is going on, although he did express some sort of tension, was how he put it. Caladan himself is very, Actually, I need to double check my notes here real quick. There it is. Caladan can be very bold, very direct, but while he was direct of the tension that is building, he did not give any specifics at this time, though the Circle of Eight perhaps will inquire upon this further during the next meeting. Very well. And, anything else? Arias Toravir of Gildeth expressed that ongoing conflict between the dwarves and the orcs within the desolate crags is continuing to rise. As of right now, it serves no overarching threat to the realm. However, this is something to which we must keep an eye on. Of course. And the last member, who I will not even attempt to say her name, Anastriana Anuana. Yes, the elven representative from Kaimadore. She expressed... Yes, that's what I say to him as well. It's a mouthful.
Oh, yes.
Everything I
What's
do
a
is
lovely name?
mouthful.
Astriana
That's not
Arnuana.
how I spelled that shit.
Yeah, it's something.
I haven't even been that mean to you with names. Except for the children of...
She expressed that in portions of Dathruna, tension is building between high elves and wood elves that could teeter on the verge of civil war if left unchecked. Though the specifics were left out of it, I do believe we should keep an eye on it. Could send the second bulwark there. They should at least have something to look into in case it gets out of hand. Go ahead and order that. Very well,
Stockpile
sir.
your wine while you're at it.
What about wine?
Oh, is it just the mention of the potential things? Wine.
Dathruna's #1 export, wine. Yes.
Mentioned the second bulwark.
Yes, the second bulwark is here within Credina.
Who is in charge of the second bulwark?
That would be Finnan Wildcloak, at least as of right now.
Any ties to any of the royal families? Are they under the command of the Circle by chance, or are they their own entity?
We have a close relationship with them, much like the Gritfords have a close relationship with the third bulwark. But beyond that, they are an individual entity. They stand on their own.
The bulwarks are under... Remind me, May?
Huh?
What?
The third bulwarks. They're in Dragate, and they're with the Gritfords.
Precisely.
What's the name of the overarching company? The guild, the brand, is it...
The third bulwark.
Yeah.
They stand alone. They are an independent organization.
So it's just... Right.
Much like the second bulwark, and they shall remain as such.
Right.
Is that all? Well, other than updates on the inventory, sir, apparently Mavis Shems was the winner of such. Yes, he is in our presence now. You can see
Indeed I was.
you can see Sigmund give you like a deadpan look that looks even more bored than Gunther. Of just like the subtle bow of the Other than that, sir, nothing else of report. Very well. Bring me the information we were talking about earlier. Of course, sir. As Sigmund exits the room. The real reason why I have you all here. There's a town south of Trigate within the Auric Fields. Named Brinton.
Oh, God.
Town known as Brinton. We only know about it because, well, in the folk family, it's kind of what we do. They were recently attacked in the last few months. The attack left the city in total destruction. City, town. And necrotic energy left in the ground within the area of the town. We were able to retrieve some of a variety of things left behind. As he gestures forward, you see Sigmund returning with a platter as he lifts a lid off of it, and you see a small armband with the symbol of the Order of the Dark Knight on it. We've not seen it before, but...
How long ago did you say this happened?
Try not to show any familiarity.
Were there any survivors?
I believe there was one who's still staying nearby in the Auric Fields. But other than that, it was unfortunately decimation.
How long ago did you say this happened?
I believe it was 2 months. 3 months, perhaps?
Oh,
Sigmund?
gosh. Wait, no.
It
Awkward?
was long before we even left home.
Well, the
Oh,
reason I asked
It was
was
3.5 months ago, sir.
Torn is headed to Rand, and that's kind of on the way.
The Auric Fields are indeed on the way to Rand from here, but they are a bit of a journey off the Traveler's Road.
Okay.
I believe any passage through should be fine. It's intentional to walk off to this place, but this is why I brought you all here.
Yes. I was just slightly worried if it had been just like
Um,
a week or two ago. It's like,
The survivor, do you know anything about them?
Not much. I've not had the chance to go out there myself. In fact, we barely have the resources to spare for much of this. To be entirely honest, we're kind of spread thin. It's been apparently a couple of years ago. We just heard from a half-orc individual from the city of Fairbreach named Ront that spoke of the same organization apparently having influence upon that as well. And that's within the region of Dathruna. Whatever this is, it's spreading, and we're unsure as to what their goal is.
That's awesome.
I hate that.
We're aware of this organization and their presence in different areas throughout Ador. We've come across them in battle. Though they tend to work more in the shadows.
You see him step up from his seat and kind of go over to a window that's peering outside into a beautiful courtyard as he just stares and is clearly in thought while you speak.
Sigmund, privacy, please.
You see him look over towards Kilian. You can leave, Sigmund. Very well, sir.
Don't
He-
mean to just order your service. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
It's pretty ballsy.
Sigmund leaves and pulls the doors shut on his way out. I feel like I should be surprised, and at the same time, I'm not. You've already accomplished quite a lot and started making a name for yourselves here, but what are they?
As he's talking and finishes that statement, I don't slam it down, but I set down the Warhammer and cast Circle of Truth. Or Zone of Truth.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
And I make sure he's within the radius.
You see him uncross his arms now, for a second caught off guard. Garr?
If we're going to do this, we're going to do it honestly.
Going to do what?
Speak about this organization.
What is this? I haven't seen this before. He's pointing down towards the circle on the ground that you have.
This is a Zone of Truth.
Make me a persuasion check.
Oh, why did I just try to cast it again? The
See, look again.
You see him actively trying to analyze your intentions. He
no harm.
brings his hands back down. How does it work?
Well, if you resist, then nothing. However, if you fail to fight off its effects, or if you choose to let the effects take place, anything that you say must be truthful.
Well, I will agree on one condition. I am still a member of a royal family of the Circle of Eight. I would ask that you do not ask anything that I cannot give answers to.
That's fair.
I don't even know what
This
those
will
questions be.
pertain to only this organization and your knowledge thereof.
And their actions that they've done.
Yes.
Very well. In that case, what would you ask?
What is the net worth of your
Did it-
family?
Did it take place?
How much it be worth?
Yeah. Did the zone of truth take effect on him?
You feel that he didn't try to fight it.
Okay.
So
The only
you
one
know
you
that
felt
he
was
is
right.
currently under its effects.
Okay.
Mavis was the only one that fought it.
You see him currently standing with like a hand on the back of the seat. You can see the steam rising from all the bowls of soup that are still on this massive table in front of you guys.
No one's
An
even
interestingly peaceful contrast to, even though it's non-combative, this sudden use of magic and tension in the room.
First, I'll start. This organization hails from the plane of the abyss. Their goal is to bring darkness upon the material plane.
Specifically, they want to bring the abyss here. And all of its nasty inhabitants.
I know very little of different planes, but I know of mention of the Nine Hells and the Abyss at the very least.
It's a
From what little I
nasty-
know, that would be bad.
Be very bad. Now,
Hmm.
what do you know of this organization?
Remarkably little. What I've just told you is beginnings. Whatever they've been doing under the guise of shadow, if you will. You haven't had any even evidence of them being around other than this recent attack in Fairbreach and then now in Brinton.
They're responsible for the portal disaster that happened outside of Kalcheth.
You can see him putting pieces together as you're speaking now.
This makes sense. I suppose, at least, that all of you would already know who they are then.
We dealt with them one time prior.
So then,
They recently sent assassins after us because, well, they have operatives planted basically everywhere, from what we found out anyway. You remember we asked you a question when we first met you of if you tired of ceaseless light?
vaguely, somewhat?
That is one of their codes, their greetings, as it were, to see if you're a member.
All right. You see him kind of stow himself as there's a momentary instance of like realization of the matter, followed by I'm a royal. Like trying to maintain composure.
If they are an operative of that organization, the response to that question would be, fear not, for what soon dawns is eternal night.
He goes over to a drawer that you see on this massive
Don't write this
cabinet.
down.
No.
Just keep it in your memory.
I'm
If
good
you
with
can
names.
Remember our names, you can remember this.
I can. All right, very well. I understand. He puts the paper back in. I suppose then what I was going to ask you, you might already be doing.
We're working on it. We've been setting out across the land, starting at the southwestern tip of Ador, working our way around it, preventing them from accomplishing goals.
Well, if there's a portal to the abyss that's already been opened once, granted you closed it, clearly they're making progress in whatever they're doing. All right.
The only good news we have is that their leader seems to be a bit of a buffoon.
One of the leaders, maybe a general of sorts.
There's no way he can be at the top.
He caught himself on fire during a battle.
It sounds,
Choppy?
well, quite. Yes, I believe it's in...
To be honest, the assassins were more put together than he was.
Oh no, we're losing you, Nick.
You're chopping it
Your
out
voice is
hard,
choppy for some
brother.
reason.
Shit happens.
Well,
I did not know Garr was a robot.
It's actually half cyborg.
The metal arm came.
I was gonna say he's got the arm.
I learn more and more about you each
Davis, what
day.
did you do to Garr's voice?
Soon it will be complete.
Am I still choppy?
Yeah.
Better there. Maybe I was wrong. I don't know.
Oh,
Goodbye.
I miss him already.
Oh, I miss you.
He's back.
Okay.
Just text that. Hello.
Let me just try changing the region, actually.
Yeah.
Just see if maybe that's it. Give me 1 second.
You all sound fine though.
Maybe it's upload speed only. That's
I
weird.
don't know. Did you change the region?
Almost. Found it.
We.
Testing.
Everyone but Nick flashed for me. Wait, did Nick freeze?
Oh, right. He's good now.
Hello.
Fries.
Hey, Fraz.
Yeah, my
you seem fine.
video connected keeps flashing red.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. That's okay. It's good enough that we can understand what you're saying still.
Yes, we're attempting to put an end to their goal.
Well, the original reason I called you all out was because I was going to officially sanction you as, at least in some way, well, receiving authority from the Galliman family to investigate the town of Brinton. Of course, in order to do this, I wouldn't really be able to say sanction for, well, Zeus, Garr,
Force in our
Mavis.
hand.
Saw that coming.
and
Yeah.
And Joran? Oh, no. I mean, I wish to travel with them for ongoing endeavors, but I would probably be of no use to something so grand.
That's the
There
first
we go.
return of all this too.
I turned to the group. The Lightwalkers.
I don't have a better name. I always just name things exactly what they are.
I guess so.
Sounds good.
Very well. In that case, I'll have someone write it up officially, and you'll be able to get into the town without a problem. I'm not sure what you'll be looking for, to be honest. Ongoing
What else
investigation.
would that give us access to?
Not
This
much.
authority.
It's more of a pass, if you will. There's defenses set up around Brinton because there's, well, certain dark necrotic energies that have seeped into the grounds of the auric fields around Brinton. We're unsure as to the specifics of them yet, therefore we are keeping it quarantined. This will get you past that.
Has anyone analyzed those energies yet?
From what I understand, certain clerics from Trigate have been making their way over, but it's slow going. They don't know what they're dealing with, so they're taking it easy.
It's
And
gonna be a bit before we get there.
have they figured out its origin and nature?
Last I received an update from it, not origin, although they were able to determine that it is necrotic. We don't know much beyond that, unfortunately.
I'm assuming you would want reports or an update of sorts about our findings.
It would be nice, yes. I would pay you, of course. It's, as the Gallimans, this is what we do, as I've said. We keep an ongoing record of everything that's going on within Ador in order to appropriately keep a bird's eye view of situations.
Can we get an idea of what that figure might be? Or
Well, as long as you are able to report information to us accurately,
we can work out a fee, but you see him like mentally doing math in his head, trying to come out to a number. Depending on the severity of the information, anywhere from 5 to 20 gold pieces per instance would be a starting point. Granted, while you seem to have much knowledge on this subject, truly I have only just met you. I only hear of your exploits because of, well, what you've done so far.
Because of how great we are. I kind of
Marvelous.
mumble.
You see Joran kind of like nod his head in agreement. Yes.
Oh, it's
How old's Kilian?
part of what we're doing anyway, so.
You've never asked him.
How does he
How old
look?
does he look?
He looks probably mid to late 20s.
Human, right?
Human, yes.
Okay.
Yep. Dark hair, in like expressive eyes in terms of wanting to carry on a conversation. Wears
my
himself
favorite.
very well. Well,
So, doing this, we'd essentially be signing a contract stating that we are under the employment of the Galliman.
The Galliman family?
Galliman.
yes.
Can we terminate this contract whenever we please, or is it for a specific period of time?
The extent of this contract, Elrin, is only to go to Brent.
You shut your mouth.
Consequences.
There's a few small
Anybody
tips at the bottom that we need to be aware of. Maybe in a different language that I don't know.
Is only to go to Brinton and investigate it. And it's
okay.
all the power it will give you as well. If you wish to enter into something more permanent after that, we can discuss it, but as far as we know, this is the only noteworthy darkness in the land.
Is there anyone we should speak to when we get there?
Commander...
Make up name.
Yeah, I know, right? Commander Traben.
Astley.
Commander Rick Ashley, yes. Commander Traben,
Is that his first name or his surname?
his first name. He's in charge there for the time being. At least he's the one we've appointed. I don't believe he has any other posts, so he should still be there. He'll recognize the official writ that I'll hand to you before you leave.
Considering this place wasn't on our original list of to-dos, we'll need funds for travel, supplies,
And they should be
things of
provided.
that nature.
This has been 3.5 months ago, and there's no change. I don't expect you to go there directly right now. But if you're heading
Perfect.
that way,
Good night.
please stop by.
After night.
Oh, and along those lines, within Nidon, don't do this, as he points down at the magic circle. You'd be thrown into Azkara immediately.
Is magic in general not allowed there, or just holy magics?
Oh,
Piss people off.
more just, I wouldn't do anything that could garner any form of perceived aggression.
Uh-oh.
Especially
Be on
not
your best behavior.
especially not for the Merchant's Fist.
Oh, yeah, we've heard some stories about them.
Just
Right.
don't talk to them or look at them, and you should be fine.
Uh-oh.
Ah, I see you know of them then. She's quite right. Pretend as though they don't exist, or that they are a persistent snake waiting to strike as you look away.
So
Don't-
then I should look at them.
Rather, if you wish. What I mean by that is,
I'm sorry.
don't interface with them, but don't
Hey,
underestimate them. Other than that, I would avoid, for the most part, Jamaat Hakal, the castle where, well, Adrian Highstock stays. There's no point in visiting it, and the Merchant's Fist are quite strong there.
Fair enough.
If I might ask, is this order that you're after also within Nidon? Is that why you're visiting?
No, not that we're aware of.
Nope.
Correct?
Not
Yes.
that any of you are aware of.
Not
Right,
directly.
Yeah.
Not that we know of.
I'm sure they have their talons dug in
Oh,
somewhere within the city. but-
speaking of their operatives, Traybar Cobblehelm. So he's a gnome in Sprockton. I'm pretty sure he's one of them. He's the only one that I ever told that we were going someplace, that we were going towards Nidon, and then we had their operatives on our ass right afterwards. So I think it's him.
Traybar Cobblehelm, you say?
Yep. Just to be aware.
In that case, I'll...
What's a fake name?
Oh.
Well,
Brackets.
a lot of people
don't believe
recognize
it.
him.
Was a fake name because correct me, but I heard of Cobblehelm when I was doing all my spying stuff, right?
I don't remember. You
You
might have
just because he was the officiator.
right.
Yeah.
He announced himself at the start of it.
Yeah.
So like everyone around knows what he looks like by that name. So
Correct.
Yeah.
Well,
Just a heads up. I don't know if you have operatives in there that can anti-operative him. I don't know what you plan to do.
if they could unalive him. Then.
Exactly. Scooter ankle.
well, we'll send someone in that direction. He takes a step towards the edge of the circle and then stops. Also, I would recommend not speaking of any of this to anyone, even in the Galliman family. My father, Charles, I love him and I trust him. However, I do not trust everyone in the Circle of Eight. And I don't know that the information would not get out.
Whom do you gravely distrust? So that we may distrust them as well.
If I were to align that title to anyone, it would be Edwin Highstock.
Ah, that makes sense.
Masters of pretty much everything in Ador's economy.
High stock.
Yes, he's the father of both Adrian and
Norman.
Norman. He looks towards you. It's like I'm not the only one that's good with names.
Right.
Well,
anyone that's purely motivated by wealth,
unfortunately, most of the time. Well, all right then. May I? As he points down towards the edge of the circle.
you're free to leave the circle.
Steps out. That feels weird. Magic is strange.
I agree.
Indeed, it is.
Well,
So were we actually planning on eating, or is that it?
Yes.
on eating?
Soup's probably getting.
Frankly, I don't know any of your servants, and I'm not going to eat
Oh,
That's
after
fair.
the information that we've discussed. And that's me telling the truth because of the circle.
yeah. For what it's worth, you have my word that it's not poisoned, if that's what you're referring to. But I understand.
You could always check that, can't you?
Based on...
Yes. I should look. Where's my? I don't think I have it prepared.
Yeah.
actually.
to be fair,
No,
I don't
no.
even think Zeus would know that you know how to do that.
Based on distance, I suppose about 50 gold pieces for rations should cover a journey from here to Brinton.
Rations.
Very well.
I don't
did-
have any right now.
If you don't mind, then I'm going to write everything up, including the official writ for the Lightwalkers, and then you can be on your way.
Lightwalkers.
We actually decided.
And
This is
thank
kind
you
of
all.
a ring. Thank you as well, Kilian.
Genuinely my pleasure. As he steps outside and closes the doors, leaving each of you guys in the dining room area alone, Joran kind of just...
The soup is actually quite good.
Oh, they brought soup.
Him saying it, I
Yes,
pick
it
up
was
the
soup.
bowl.
It was
and
basically
I
chicken
just
noodle soup.
kick
Yeah.
it back.
Oh, let's go.
Uh,
Yeah, I'd eat it.
that's-
Yeah,
well,
it's
no one's
very
in
well
here.
made.
Okay, I completely forgot you said that. You brought that in. My
Yeah.
bad.
I'm gonna head back over, sit down, look at all the spoons and forks, and pick up the correct one and start sipping.
I just
Nice.
Do
drink
you
from the
know
bowl.
which is the correct one?
Uh-huh.
Personally, I'm pretty sure you start from the left on the outside, but it
Mhm.
depends on how they lay it out.
Ah. I'm learning more
Because they
things.
might change it depending on what course of the meal you're at as well.
So your left
Sure.
on the right side, the fork is for the salad, and then the spoon.
Yeah.
You work outside in. Anyway, sorry.
Oh, that's
continue.
cool.
It depends on how many
I
courses
just-
you have, what
I just
different
ate it.
entrees. you
Yeah.
have, so.
That's way too detailed.
I'm
I'm
just
just
gonna,
drinking
like-
from the bowl.
I'm just like taking a spoon and just like stirring it
Mm,
around.
okay.
Good soup. It's good soup.
Mm, yes, it is.
So about 15 minutes pass before the doors open to the dining room again, and you see Sigmund enter.
everything has been written up and waiting for you outside whenever all of you are ready.
Thank you, Sigmund.
Of course. He turns around and walks out, somehow even colder than Gunther.
I wonder
And-
what success go with you too, Gar.
What are you guys doing?
As we
Well,
walk past him, I say, "Do you still tired of ceaseless light?"
No, sir. I'm responsible for opening the drapes within the manor every morning.
Oh God,
That's a, it's a
Um,
glorious title to have.
One of many, sir. One of many.
A man of many hats.
so the,
It's just more soup.
More soup.
You walk out and you see Kilian with a folded up scroll, or well, scrolled up paper rather, in hand with a binding over it and a wax seal with the Galliman symbol on the front of it as he hands it out to one of you to accept.
I'll take it. And I'll put
Oh.
it in a bag where it just disappears slowly into this bag that looks like it shouldn't fit in.
But of cool.
Well, everything's been taken care of. I genuinely wish you all the best of luck within Nidon. Please keep yourselves out of Azkara. There's nothing we'll be able to do
Yes.
if you're put in there.
Right.
Wouldn't want to
Well,
be thrown
thank you
in jail
for-
either.
Having an open and honest conversation with us.
Of course. It was somewhat refreshing. I mean, most of the time I do with anybody, but politics are politics. There's a dance to it. Not very often I get to have an open conversation of the state of things.
Reach out my hand,
He reaches his out as well.
grasp his forearm.
Yeah. He reaches for your hand at first, and then realizing what you're doing, he follows suit. Well, I hope that all of you... I hope it all goes well. To be honest, the realm has not been in danger for hundreds of years from something that affected all of it. And for what it's worth, I'm encouraged by the fact that you already have dealt with it once. So, safe travels. You can retrieve your horses from our stables. They should be waiting for you.
Thank you.
So, tonight on?
Tonight on.
Tonight on.
Tonight on.
You guys make your way
Goodbye.
outside. Goodbye. Kilian turns around and
Oh.
begins speaking with a servant and pulls out a bunch of papers. Looks like something political. You guys make your way out to the stables where you saddle up Fengay, or, well, everything would be actually ready to go.
Hell yeah.
That was a light lunch.
As you guys make your way back down through the city of Credina, down to the lower level, passing through the open town square where the theater equipment has been removed, you make your way out through the large gates that lead into Credina, over a small, probably 15-foot moat that sits out front. The guards each give you a welcome nod, or yeah, a welcoming nod, as you make your way out into the Freelands, back onto the Traveler's Road, making your way north towards the city of Nidon. And that is where we'll end the session for tonight.
We did it, y'all.
We ended
We did it.
early.
We never got our rations and
I
supplies
was
for the
just
trip
about to
Nile.
say,
Yeah,
I'm gonna just say I have no rations, so I would have stopped. to get
Yeah.
rations.
I figured
Anyway.
y'all can let me know anything you would have purchased. He
Yeah.
would have also had a small coin
Sure.
pouch, actually, of 50 gold pieces for whoever
Per
wants
person?
to. Based on the price of rations, that's
No.
yeah.
Yes, no, damn it.
So you can add that to the
Do
party
I
funds.
have?
Okay.
I have.
Who controls the party funds right now?
Should be
four
Zeos.
rations. I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will put 50 gold in the party funds.
Heyo.
Yay. Are we rich? I don't know how much. we
Totally
have.
rich.
We have 3,110 net worth.
Yeah.
I like that.
Okay.
Not that much gold, but in gold net worth. We have
Gotcha.
1,000 gold, 50 platinum, 2,000 silver.
Understood. Gotcha.
Oh
So,
my.
In gold value, that's 3,110.
Prepare yourself, ladies and gentlemen. We're raiding Pickle
it's a
Rick.
Pickle Rick.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Rick.
Thank you all for joining us.
GG's everyone.
I managed to avoid not showing you 2 things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that was a really good session. Who the hell are you shouting out? Okay, yeah, that one works.
Yeah, that was
so-
interesting.
That was good.
You're still here, Zor?
Zor, you're still awake?
Thank you, but you gotta sleep,
My God, you're wonderful and we love you.
Go to bed.
Why
The
are you
whole
shouting me
Zor,
out?
you mad man?
Also, that's not even my channel.
I don't care if you're off tomorrow.
Yeah, follow Zor. Fucking deserves
go.
it. This man has dedication.
Follow.
Zor, love you. But yes, we're gonna raid Pickle Rick. Catch us tomorrow over on Gia's stream. I typoed. Over on Gia's stream.
Don't.
Oh no, Nick already did. Don't worry. Love you 2BB. Thank you for. That's the wrong one. No, it's not the right channel. Use unraid. I am a struggle bus right now. What the hell? Okay, there. Right?
Raid has been canceled.
Hey.
Go home.
You got this. I appreciate you. But yes, catch us tomorrow for the continuation of. Oh fuck! I just remembered how the last one ended.
Yeah.
The continuation of oh fuck! I've never heard
Nick?
anything better.
Fix yourself.
All right, y'all. Join us on this raid of absolute
In
craziness.
the continuation of oh fuck is Nick's character doing something similar to what Garr did with penetration and
Not considering where they're at.
Yeah. Hopefully not.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Join us on this crazy raid. We'll see you
Thank
next
you,
week
y'all.
and tomorrow. Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, are we playing next week?
Right now, it's planned.
I think